And welcome, dear friends, family, strangers, enemies.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Hey, yeah, they Kim Stockholm. I'm Cool Cat. Yes, you are the coolest of cats. Hey there, it was me, Kim Stockholm, Couple Snacks. I see Couple Snacks was here a little early. Sorry I'm late, everyone. You know, life happens. You gotta take care of yourself. Dogo is getting old, very, very old. So walking him is a bit of a challenge. And then I just lose sense of time. Suddenly, like, I got half an hour. Like, wait, no, I have to be on now. Oh, fudge. Where's the buttons? There's the buttons. There we go. I do blip blap. And we change the scene to the live one. Snacks. Mm-hmm. Hey, Argeukko, hey. 13 months. Thank you very much, my friend, for that resub. I really do appreciate it. That is incredibly kind. Appreciate all the support. It's amazing. Hope you're doing well, my friend. There we go. So, remember, kids, take your meds. There we go. Oh, boy. How dare you? All right. There we go. All right. Hope you're all doing good. But yeah, sorry I'm late. It's just, I'm alone. I'm home alone. The missus is visiting family. So I keep on like judging how much time something will take. Absolutely wrong. Swear it was an autocorrect. A autocorrect. The Uko of Arg. I appreciate all of you. It's always nice seeing you around. It's lovely having these like familiar faces, familiar names. Okay, now we're building machines. We need 3 of those because we're making these and everything else is imported, right? Right? Yeah, because we're making the oscillators. Now, actually, we're making more than... Now, we could go and throw in a shard into one of our crystal oscillator machines so that we make 4 of these. But we'll leave that as a maybe. Because what we want to build is, yes, 3 of these. Yeah, 75, yeah. We need 15 to make 2 of these, and the big machine devours 5 at a time. Excellent. So, that means we have to build now a new factory here on the side. We'll be approaching from here to this way. Now, the size on these... wonderful thing is here is... mapping. One, maybe 2, not 3 here, this way. So then, like, here and facing that way would be good, because then their output goes here to the next ones, which are also going to be then 2. And the output from there needs to be brought I'll just flip that around pretty much, bring it over here. Alright, there we go. Things have been planned, and now we hope for the best. Ooh, I realize I can do this, can't I? Oh no, the surface is too uneven. Except it isn't. Haha, I can trick the machine. It is a fool. I wish we could like realign these after setting them, because we can configure like all of this stuff, right? Which is neat and all. It'd be cool if we could like just. Because now that I see it, oh no, the alignment I would be like, I'd like to find the perfect alignment. I don't think I can change it. The entire thing needs to be unbuilt and rebuilt, and then try to remember how many clicks did it go in one way or the other. I hope you all doing good, and I hope you all didn't get too upset about, you know, the non-satisfactory content. I at least had a good time yesterday with good old Knapzar, our Swedish friend, and the most of rats. The soggy rodent herself. She's always a fun time. Fun streamer, excellent entertainer. And I hope everyone's had a most pleasant weekend as well. I feel like that's a bit too close, maybe? Because then we kind of don't see this, but is there anything here worth seeing? Maybe. And that's enough for me to do that. And have a look-see at this kind of option. You see, if we push the building here, and we then have a look-see at the quantum encoder. You do take around 3. We need 3 of these. We need 9. I'm gonna go over the rock. I was kind of hoping to not go over the rock, but can't be helped. Nothing else, but then we have to go like properly over the rock, so we can delete some of these foundation from around it and build a little rock enclosure. We keep the rock nice and happy in its natural habitat. Rocks like solitude. Well, that's a rock fact. There we go. And minimum of 1. Let's go 2 up. Okay, well, no, let's just first check. So if you do a tenner, do you a tenner? That should be enough. Plus, they don't need to be these 4-meter ones. We could use... One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, boo. I'll live with it. We can do these like that. Yeah. And then we do these inverted 2-meter ones, right? And I think that could be quite alright. I kind of want to see how these would work. I like the arch. There, the rock is illuminated. For like no reason. Hecking love it. Be mildly annoying, but nothing impossible. I hope you all had a pleasant weekend. Sunday comes for us all, whether we like it or not. If you had a choice, we'd probably sleep through it. Switch it out for a Wednesday or something. Today, the plan is simple. We must, yes, record the quantums. Because your output. Oh. I just realized. We did bring everything higher up, didn't we? This means we can probably fit these things a bit nicer like this. So we're gonna have at least one full tile on the back end. Front end is complaining a little, but usually we'll weave it to the side and it should be fine. Now that little art installation we'll see what we end up doing with it. I might just pull out the glass and replace it with railing instead. I think it might look a lot better. Or at least should be acceptable. Now you may then make the superposition oscillator. This thing gets really loud here at the end, and it's very annoying. It's like, why would you make a song that has very even volume, and then at the end it's just I'm gonna raise the volume? That's not how hype intensity works, friend. Who did this? They should get spanked, and not in a fun way. We need 3, and I guess I'll have to embrace the sand or delete all this and bring it all up with 1 more. Because guess they could go forward by this much. If they would have to in order to go to the right. So that we'd have our fun little rock installation remain open. Well, that's neat. So they kind of fit. I mean, not really well, but but you could. Right. I mean, they look pretty neat if you did that. See, that's clipping. That's kind of touching. Now, your outputs will be going into a couple of these. Well, hello there, Jamie on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you. And I hope you had a most pleasant weekend, friend. Apparently we can't do that, so that solved that issue. So we'll screw poop you up here. Well, I could, in theory, it's kind of fit you there. I guess they don't have to be fully sort of in line. And just deleted that so I could have one here. Oh, sorry. I had to mute that. Almost sneezed. I had to do the acupoint trick. For those who don't know, yes, apparently there's an acupoint thing on the tip of your pinky. You squeeze that between like thumb and like the joint here, so you get a like good pinch. Right in the meat of it. And weirdly enough, it really can make a sneeze go away. It's one of those things where, I'm like, okay, cool, I don't trust in like, so there's a lot of woo-woo out there. But then there's like woo-woo you can actually measure, test on yourself, and then you realize, wait, I think they're onto something. And that's why it's always tricky that there's just so many things that are labeled, alternative medicine or so on, which is just like nice. Because you group up things that are just absolutely insane with things that are just not currently mainstream, or something that might have been something they did, like what was normal a long time ago. That new sort of treatment got normalized, or became the standard, and then it turns out, well, the old one might have been better all along. The new one just had a fancier hype, or that most likely they're both good, but a little specialized. That's usually how it goes. There's no direct X is better than Y. Oh wait, I'm so dumb, aren't I? Shouldn't really despise anyone. This is a silly one. So I can fit them all in here, this way around. Because then that way we can have output, we can have neat little flowy belts, everything. Those aren't needed at this point. And then we have imports coming from there, here, and there, pretty much. And they'd all make their way here. In that way we could have them facing this way. And then we can make use of these ones. Because for this one, I would just like a building that isn't partly in sand. I'm a little mustache wave, but I guess I most definitely need to make more of them emotes. I have the slots that I'm just not making use of them at all. I mean, it doesn't actually have a liquid. You know what? We're gonna do a silly. We're gonna build them, but on top of each other. I wonder how the sort of auroral beam that they shoot out, how all of those are gonna then fit together. And the good thing is just building on this means that in general our dark crystal production can then just keep on going without having to rely on the SAM and so on, because it's still a relatively expensive resource. need to fit stairs and everything, so how about at least 1.5? A wee bit more. Let's make the range be in full blocks. There we go. Full blocks, all sides. Multiples on this one. Shame we can't do like something like put down potted plants. That'd be fun. The more like decorative decorations, but then again, we can just do we can kit bash something. I was thinking of you'll come down here. Oh no, we don't need it to be that way. See, I'm getting too stuck up on the wrong details here. Hey there, Two Bum Games. Lovely seeing you around. Hope you're doing well. You know, there's a lot of games out there, and I'm kind of like looking forward to playing something else other than Satisfactory, but at the same time, I'm dreading... Like, what'll I build then? I just love building in this game. Especially in a late game. Doing good, thank you. You? Hey, glad to hear. I'm you know, doing okay. Having a nice enough time. Home alone, Mrs. is visiting family. So I'm alone with our two little doggos. Which is at the same time, you know, nice and cute and also a little tiring. One of them is, well, he's old. Very, very old now. With 14 years old, and he's just... Well, I'm pretty sure this might be his last summer with us. Which is very tragic. It's a little difficult for him. You know, difficult to walk around. But he does his best. That he does. I'll leave that one there. And I think we're going to try to push you actually further that way. Or not. Okay, let's go with this for now. No, I don't think we can sensibly push this one. Okay, let's see how this would work. How would this look? Ultimately, that's fine. All of you and one, all of you and one. So then the next pillar would be here. But, oh, yes. And then we can attach the light to the pillar. Okay. And we turn it into a grippy foundation, yeah. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Wow. Alright. So the idea will be... yeah. See about... changing these as well. Because these are tall and they usually go like well next to each other. So I'm thinking like, you know what? Let's just go, let's make the building then tall enough to have a few of those on top of each other. I think it could look interesting. And like, yeah, like I said, I want to see how what it would look like when you have multiples of the same like aural effect in the same spot. We'll start with this sort of conceptual thing. Now, I was watching a little bit of like, what's his face now, Taco play Satisfactory, and his freaking like giant taco sauce bottle, and was looking at the sort of solutions he was using, and I think, oh man, I'm really underutilizing things like frames and so on, and his building was just so insanely massive and spacious. Made me feel all silly for playing with my little toy houses. Oh, and there we go. But I'm pretty sure they also have a lot more money than I do, as in like better resources. Don't blame it on the money, but you know, it's more like, yeah, they have a more powerful machine. All right, so then we have these making 15 superposition oscillators a minute, which is enough to feed into 2 of the other machines. The excited photonic matter. Now, the photonic matter and the dark matter are both gas, so that we don't need to worry about pumps. And yeah, the crystal oscillator is coming from right next to us, so alclad. That's the thing we needed. Did we? No, we fixed it. We did. We built an alclad machine. Ha! Silly me. I was thinking like, oh no, I need a solution for the problem, and then, oh well, I already solved it last time, now didn't I? See, that's the problem. That's what happens when you take breaks that are too long. They had to play other games. Some kind of person with, I don't know, a sense of taste. Oh. You're wrong. Now these are aligned all wrong. We can align it with the top one, but not the middle one. There you see. Part of me is almost thinking about doing another like vintage story run soon again. Maybe I should also like try to play through the actual story content in that game one of these days. Because it's a wonderful game. And I also like the chiseling system. For building, for designing, for creating, for like trying to make your own interesting looking blocks and all that. And I'd probably do like a lightly modded run. So I could try some of the mucking around with some of the cosmetic ones. And just see what kind of funny stuff we can make. I think we didn't have one of those, like, right on the top of the building. Because we could, I have a feeling we can make it look a bit like, you know, a water tank reservoir kind of thing, which it kind of would be, because it's there as some heat, and then absorbing the, I guess, freaking sun photonic matter, so like just sunlight, and then sending that one down to these, and then they'll send their dark stinky matter over to these. Yeah. Heckin' amazing. Let's see if we go here. Did I set you up? We did. See? The Alclad import is done. The oscillating crystals are done. And the dark bit crystals they've been made for quite a while. Hey, thank you for the lurking and the escaping, my friend. Hope you're doing good. Which does remind me I need to go here and suffer not having any. Let's see here. I ran out of the RAMs. I'm trying to check on my microscape, so I'm pretty sure. Lurk, gym time. Hey, thanks for lurk. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful time at the gym there in Stockholm. Hey there, Pythos. Hope you're doing good. Now, wah. Yeah, my little fellow here is all idle. So I shall send him off. Silly mobile autocorrect. I know it. Heckin' autocorrect always trying to save us from ourselves. And now, when we say no, the silliness is intentional. There's nothing wrong here at autocorrect. Everything's working exactly as intended. What up, baby? You're having a pleasant evening there, Pythos. I might be a little bit anxious. I keep checking on if astronauts updated. I have a clip of the most terrifying thing in all of astronauts. Oh. You ran out of fuel like in the middle of nowhere? Sign of a micrometeoroid impacting 3 squares away. Oh! Ooh, yeah. Sorry everyone, apparently I forgot to do a little bit of setup. Ooh. Yeah, the micrometeoroids, man. Yeah, I'm in my last run. I didn't encounter those like at all, which is a blessing. But I did then end up having some rough times. Oh, I mean, like that, yeah, fun time. But then we went and defeated Satan instead. So that was a fun time. There we go. I think all of that should be now. A-okay. So now if I push this button. Alright. We can't show it. Oh, you're disconnected in another place. Fine. You do you. Machine. Mind you, get that close in reality to getting hits, you should probably play the lotto. Yeah? I mean, you should always play the lotto. Because the cost, it's, you know, the cost of participation is so low. And the potential victory is so high. It's good. It's like just like randomly good investment. The thing is, don't play lotto with multiple, you know, lines. Just the one. That's all you need. There's not good old Icelandic saying I heard, which is, you know, if you don't head out to sea, you're not gonna catch any fish. Which means, pretty much, yeah, you can't win if you don't even play. You know, you miss all the shots you don't take, that kind of thing. And lotto one thing is, I find that it's a very good value investment. It's like a couple of bucks a week kind of thing, and then you're in the draw over a lifetime. Well, it's still cheaper than alcoholism or other forms of gambling, and but just remember, like, just investing more money does not in any sensible way increase your chance of winning. Actually, no, because, you know, if you buy 100, you invest 100 lines instead of just the one row of numbers, you 100x your chance of winning, but 100x of like almost nothing is just still almost nothing. But almost nothing is more than nothing. You have a better chance of winning the lottery twice than getting hit by a micrometeoroid. Yeah. But doesn't mean it won't happen. That is why good engineering should always assume the worst, you know. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Which is one of the things I really dislike about the whole certain vibes you notice in certain industries, but they're like, okay, this, you know, the chances of this happening are so small, we shouldn't even like just account for it. And it's like, are you insane? How? This makes no sense. Why would you ever like not account? Take into account the possibilities of things just going like so hecking wrong. The only reason is to a sad attempt to save money you really should not be trying to save. Worrying, really. Assume the worst, mitigate the risk as much as you can, and have contingencies. Exactly, yeah. You know, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. I do believe that's also like a military saying. I think Pythos might know better than I. All of these sayings are, in the end, from the US military. It's a bit like, you know, fast is slow and slow is fast. Interesting. So 1, 2, 3. I feel like I might have solved my one of my roof problems. And one of my roof problems was, yes, the overhang of roof tiles. So if you off-center them a bit, like a half tile, and you have like these in corners and so on, so we make use of more three-dimensional walls, and suddenly them sticking out doesn't look that bad, like excessive anymore. I feel silly now. Oh well. Assume the worst mitigate risk as much as you can do. Yep. I was called a pessimist for talking about things like that. Yeah, I mean, that's people who call you a pessimist because you're thinking like, prepare, hope for the best, prepare, and prepare for the worst. Those aren't. Then they might think of themselves as optimists, but no, I think the correct word is actually fuck ups. They're fuck ups, and they're used to someone else saving their ass. Because what they want you to do is not make them do the work. Because the preparation is ultimately not that much work. So being pessimistic is being a realist. Yeah. It's just, hey, being prepared. There's a lot of like... story, fluff, whatever about, the importance of being prepared. It is important to be prepared. And if you refuse that, I mean, then you're just lazy. You're just trying to avoid work. You think, oh, you're being such a pessimist. Like, no, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna freaking do it right, okay? That's it. There ain't no half-ass in here. We only whole ass. You don't do nothing with only one butt cheek. You need them both. Whole ass or no ass, or whole ass. Oh, thank you for the +1 hour, everyone. To everyone for on the escaping curling master. Very kind of you. Yeah, it just annoys me. This sort of like, oh, you're being a pessimist, or like you're supposed to be being a realist, or whatever. So, no, just being like freaking smart. It's just sensible planning. Like, why would you not be prepared for the worst? I mean, what kind of insane person are you? That's just like, okay, it's very pessimistic to assume like there might be a fire hazard in the welding room. So there's no point in having it. We can save money by not having fire extinguishing equipment in the welding workshop. I mean, it's already made of concrete. What's going to happen? It's like, well, I mean, it's a lot of explosive, flammable things there. And then it's like, well, being such a pessimist, don't be such a pessimist. Like, no, you just sounds like someone's trying to save money. You really shouldn't be trying to save. Oh, oof. And the optimist looks at the risk and says the risk is so low, nothing's going to happen. The pessimist would be like, the risk is there, it isn't safe. And the realist says, we know the risk. In the event of emergency, here's the procedure, let's go. That is true. And I think that actually highlights a very good point, actually, about those words and how I personally feel about those. A pessimist, because it's not about looking at risk. The word for optimist and pessimist looking at risk is, I'd say, sort of false or misleading, because the optimist and pessimist doesn't make sense when you look at risk. You should always look at risk according to the math of risk, which is the realist way. It is like that is just observing risk. Optimist and pessimist is at looking at opportunity. No, is it worth investing? What can I gain from this? The optimist is too optimistic and thinks, oh my god, of course I'm going to put all my money in the lottery because there is a chance to win. Why would I not win? So it's about, optimism and pessimism is more like looking at situations where there is a potential gain, whereas looking at risk is looking at things where there's a potential loss, and therefore there you should always be realistic, assume the worst, because the worst can happen, and have a plan for it. The plan that you never need is the best plan, because that means the other plan's worked out. Don't be like Europe in the heat wave is actually not the best example, but it is an example. Like, the global warming has been happening for years. These mega heat waves have been happening every year. Why isn't there a larger fundamental, infrastructure change here being done, because it's gonna happen again. Oh, next year might be milder. It's true, but the year after that, it's gonna happen again. The world is shaped like this now. Just like in the UK, they had I remember like some years back when they had the beast from the east, massive snowstorms, and they're like, oh no, what do we do? Well, bring out the snowplows. But we sold all the snowplows. There's nothing. We have zero infrastructure to deal with snow now. Nothing, nada, because there have been too many years with no snow. And it's like, it's better to have snowplows you don't need than not have snowplows when you need them. Because that's how people die. Because you don't plow the road, the ambulances can't get to people, people can't get saved, food can't get to places. Logistics and infrastructure in society kind of crumbles. The thing for the US military is operational risk management. Finding the risks, weigh the benefits versus the risk, and mitigate the risk as best you can. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, benefit versus risk, I guess you always you look at those, because there's no point in preparing for risk you don't take. That's why benefit versus risk. Like you think the potential gain is this big, the potential risk is this big, and that's not a good investment. No, find another way. Or ORM for short, spelled out, which is funny because that would be Swedish for snake. Orm is literally ORM. Orm. Random facts. It's me! Exactly, Pythos. For anyone interested in Finnish, snake is käärme with K-A. Let's see here. I can just write it here, can I? Käärme. Because in Finnish, if you have two, what is that? Vocals? Consonants? No, I think vocals, they're like ah sounds. So the two of those next to each other, that means it's a long sound. Because in Finnish, we have a lot of double lettering, which means extending a sound or emphasizing a sound. Like in katto, which would be Finnish for ceiling, which would be written like that, which is katto. And then we have kato, which is more like a slangy version of katso, which means look at. Yeah, you're telling someone to look at something. Katso tätä. Look at this. Katso is asking someone to look at. Yeah, so look at. Yeah, look at is katso, which then usually when spoken and slangified it's a little bit, then the S disappears. So it's just like kato. Kato. But then if you add another T, and then kato becomes katto, and then it's ceiling, roof. Random linguistic facts. And that's, why käärme has two A's. That would be käärme. That's käärme. And and then the Swedish for snake is orm. It's good to be back, friends. Getting sidetracked. I love it. Y'all are cool people. Thank you for sure. Hanging out and tolerating me and my randomness. I'm gonna look at my PC while I sleep. I'm gonna try hitting the time skip button so I can play Astronauts 1.0 today. Hey, nice one. Congratulations. I hope you have a wonderful time. I'm gonna have to let that one cook just a little bit. Just because I can only have so many obsessions all happening at the same time. Plus 1.0 is always gonna be a little bit of a scramble. So most likely it'll be like, I don't know, next week. Do another Astronauts run. Or see if I can... do you know if the existing saves should carry over to 1.0, right? I'm not gonna have to start a new run. I mean, I'd be happy to, but the current one is just doing okay. Go back into PC recently, so they put it down. Not sure. Yeah. I'm also looking at everyone's playing PC now that the 4. Build 42 became hit the main branch. And yeah, seems super cool. New runs are a new experience. That's very true. But the current one that I had going on there was just, I was doing well, and I kind of want to see where it would go. But then, got distracted. Other games. Doing faster. That is very true. And do things different. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay. Now let's find a good spot here. So the middle of this one would be in the... should be along that seam. So middle, slightly to the left. The speed run to 2 mil if I can. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how to speed run to 2 mil because I keep on having okay, let's put it this way. I understand how to make a lot of money in theory. In practice, I will always keep on getting extremely distracted. As I say, what I do. What are we gonna do in the middle of this one? I think along this seam would be the best. The middle should be... I think that might be too close. We'll see. Hey, West dude. Weighty stream shake, hot to get it all. The faster we must grow. Just do it more faster. It's very true. That's what happens. Sometimes you gotta recognize what is junk and what is treasure, and when a ship is not worth your time. I mean, that is very true. And I will admit 100% that one of the things that I always get stuck on is the whole trying to build my own ship from scratch, which takes so much time and effort. If I would just focus on just making money, they'd be a lot more progress, a lot more faster. Interesting. So one step to the left would be thereabouts. Oh, either way. The frick? assuming that's the reason. Balance between your profit work and your own ship work. Yeah. An own ship would actually probably progress a lot faster and better if I just focus on the money first, to be honest, in that game. Okay. So I want the photon stuff to be made on the roof. We'll probably have to change. Yeah. So small changes. The central area will actually be made of tiles, but with the architectural tiles with the glass, so it looks like it actually supports the stuff we want to put up there. Then we'll do some roofing on the side. We'll use 1 meter sloping roofs, and we'll see if we can. I'm pretty sure we can make it work just fine. And then here. Let's see. You have... Yeah, all the inputs are in use. And you'd be directly on the scene, you guys are just next to it. These are all similar, so I think we can make use of the... There we go. All the splitters here, right? You see, if we put this one here, okay, you're too close. Must be built on the left. So we can make it work. by being more creative with the floor holes. Of course, this means so these them somehow work. But then here they didn't want to work. Okay then. Yeah, I was afraid of that. They were too short. Come on, 40 McCauley. There we go. We put it down. What? I'm pretty sure I rotated that thing just right. Where are those coming from? There we go. And just in case, redo all these connections. The top is fine. There. So now they're all connected. All inputs would come in from below. This is A-okay, except for, of course, for the gaseous liquid, which I do believe I wanted. You know, I think I prefer this one. Now, how much is going to be going through there? 125 times 3, well, that is 375. So that should be easy enough to fit in a Mark 1. Swam. And swam. And let's paint this one. Now, we don't have any, like, really nice one. The chrome always makes them extra dark. So either white. No, we're using that one for fuel already. So I think the white one would have to do for like photonics. Yeah, I like that one. Because what this one does, it's a painter's white, as it's referred to in the business of building houses and stuff. Now, what is a painter's white? Well, a painter's white is something that is not actually full white, because no one likes actually completely white walls. Every now and then, some moron wants it, and then they have it for a little while, and then they ask the painters, please fix it. Please don't. Not like this. That's why all walls that are white are actually slightly pink, yellow, or green. Depending on the environment and how far the paint here like goes. I think they're usually slightly yellow tinted. But sometimes, you know, to make things match and work with each other, they might prefer like I said, something a bit more red tinted. This is why paint is then mixed, you know. Because the full white is an unnatural color, and it will easily become then like overwhelming and like stressful to look at. Humans actually like something to be slightly warm. Oh. More natural color. Nothing in nature is like completely pure, extreme white. I was about to like accept maybe some flowers, but even then, no, they're not even. Because, you know, a full white is actually very difficult to make happen, naturally, logically, because of the whole... it needs to be able to reflect all possible light. The entire wavelengths. Sorry. I'm somehow very happy with that simple piping. That's the color. Nice. Every now and then I have a silly plan. It kind of works out. Brings me joy. Now let's finish figuring out the inputs. And like I said, get rid of yellow for a wee bit. And I'll do a little bit of vertical. And one default. Okay. Right, of course. Ceiling. That's where it is sort of put in right now. So how would we then make the roofs work the way I was kind of hoping it to? Not an inner corner, but... Hmm. But that would work. Kind of want to see how this would look. All right. I can't help the wind, I'm afraid. Here, if we then look at the architecture, and here we find things like, oh, the barrier walls. Will I finally have found? I think I might have. I like how these fit together. Our pipe hole is going to be there. So let's slam that one down to start with. And we do production. And we need 130, no, 375. This makes 200. Excellent. $375 plus 375 would be, double check, it's 3 times 125 is 375 divided by 2 equals a grand total of 187.5. Or one of them does 175. Sometimes I overcomplicate things to, like, just stupid points. Now I was thinking, can I remove you and replace you with a single piece of some sweet catwalk stairs? And the answer is yes. If it even works, at least looking at it from here. The barriers here work for this. We'll just assume there's magic drainage somewhere. Part of me is thinking, like, do I need to add some kind of, like, temporary roofing over this thing? And how would one do it? Because we don't... Closest would be, I guess, a half foundation. Alright. And we check out the materials for that half foundation. Asphalt one. Looks like it would match with the tar roofing. Then we take out those two. We put in a... Keep on pushing the wrong clicking button. A wall, but not just any wall. A steel wall. Now, I like the steel walls, but I do realize that, in fact, I think maybe a window would be better. In the end, maybe a triple framed one? No? Will have to be reinforced. Oh, that don't look too good. I guess it'll have to be the reinforced one. Because it would fit with all... Because it has the extra, like, 1 meter thickness up above and below. Give me a quick sec. There. I'll just close the window then. Can't have nice things now, can we? Well, that's a bit shitty, but we don't have any other sensible way of blocking it off except maybe doing weird stuff with a piece of flat roofing. Well, there you go. Grab a picture of a piece of that pipe. There we go. So we have our like solar collectors up here on the roof. Get rid of the leftovers. There we go. I don't know, frame wall perhaps? Might actually be better than these. At least one of them being a frame wall. Combined with the modern railing. I guess we're doing both as frame walls then. Yeah. Alright, that works. There. So there we have that input. All of those, and the other input's pretty much done. I mean, yeah, the pipe is also attached to the floor, but doesn't go anywhere, but we're just gonna leave it there anyway. So it just, looks more gooder. Well, good enough if nothing else. And here I think we could do a crossing. That's in corner. Off by a fucking meter. Oh, bugger. I hate it when that happens. Hey there, Casual. Hope you're doing well. Because I used the 1 meter piece there for the roof, and all these are like in 2 and 4 meters, so now they're off by 1 meter, and the 1 meter pieces are so big. And the 2 meter pieces won't help us either, which would be the ramps. Shit. Hey, hope you're doing well, Casual. No, lovely seeing you around here as well. Give Archer some hits and scratches from me as well. I love our puppers for as long as we have them. What the frick? I'm pretty certain I went through like extra effort to make sure this thing was facing the right way. I must have made a mistake. Try it again. 1, 2. Aw. Archer Smooch. Yeah, I need to make some freaking Gimli emotes. My little old man doggo here. I don't know for how long he'll be with us. So if we can tie him into the show, all the better. Wait, did I? That's what I thought. He's 14 years old, and he's... It's weird, because the missus like found some old photos of him, and his face is like completely dark brown, and now it's like half gray. All of it, you know, his one eye is also like half gray. Because, you know, the age, graying of the retina, I think. And his walking is becoming so difficult, you know. Our shortest walks are now too long for him. We're actually going to see a vet later this week, and we'll see if we can get him some pain medication, because he still needs his exercise, especially now. But it's very difficult when he's walking around with his stiff legs, and afterwards, because he's been having some digestion issues, so we were just wondering, like, why isn't his like a heartburn or those like symptoms going away? And until we sort of just recently realized, like, oh wait, no, it's similar, but this is because it's also a pain response, because he's like wandering around stiffly and like licking carpets and things. And then I realized, well, actually, he doesn't directly do it after food anymore. Now it's after the walks. But we kept on trying to push him to walk a little extra just to get that exercise. So now we're going to give him much smaller walks, and he no longer has that symptomatic from that one. Hope I answered the actual question, though. Yeah, it's 14 is the estimated age currently. Yeah, hopefully we'll get him some pain medication, because it's likely that this will be his last summer. So hopefully we'll try to make his life as comfortable as possible. Keep your Zoe going as long as she's comfortable. Ah, excellent. That's the way to do it. As long as they can still, you know, enjoy life, love and be loved. It's all good. But I think your mind is going, though. Getting real forgetful. Yeah, I mean, we're noticing similar things with the little boy Gimli here as well. He just sometimes just spaces out. We call him his like PTSD moments, when he just suddenly just stares at things and like looks around a little confused. Like, what? Who? When? Why? And I know it's more sight-based, but it's just cute, because sometimes when we're out for a walk, he'll get a little confused and tries to like beg for treats from like a tree. But he just sees, like, because, you know, he has his eyes, one eye out of the pupils like constantly, like really like it's not dilated. So it's always, because probably from the same head trauma that led to him losing his original eye, the other eye, and so he's walking and he sees like, oh, a big shape right next to me, and like, oh, must be daddy. Then he goes just staring, being like, give me a treat, please. Whilst I'm like actually a couple of meters that way, to go like, come on, that's just a tree, come here. I got some treats for you. Mandy's a lovely old boy. Does his best. Alright, so Okay. Gosh darn. Yeah, that's... There we go. That's too long, but we can otherwise get it to kind of work. Excellent. Yeah. Hmm. Gosh darn. There we go. Maybe it would. Good? No? Looks sort of straight-ish.
Greetings programs.
Well, hello there, Buffalopicus. Hope you're doing well. I'll see you around here, friendo. Let's see here. Why isn't this... I just want it to be straight. Heck. First we check. Yeah, still too long. If only barely. Yeah, that clips in too much. Now this looks ideal, sort of height-wise. But part of me that's nice and straight, nice and sort of parallel to this. Yeah, that's a winner. Yeah, so even if it isn't like directly sort of visually supported by the catwalk, it still has that sort of vibe that could be supported by them just being like close to each other. So you give this sort of illusion of support without actually giving support. And I think that should help with that. And that way we can have sort of like catwalk based sort of, you know, logistical layer down here. This thing is slightly levitating now. We can fix that with good old frame pillars. I'm thinking the question is, do we want to produce the small one? Ooh, can't do you build it from here. There we go. Well, shit. There. And now it also has that feel of supporting the catwalk. That is one input mostly sorted. I'm still thinking about putting in a... Oh. Oh, yeah, of course, easy. You see, we put in one of these, except we do, apparently we have one, no, I'm missing one Mercer sphere. Oh, the tragedy. Oh, we'll have to go hunting for one. At some point. I was thinking about putting a splitter inside this here pillar here. And that way, then we'll have one belt then coming into the dimensional depot here on the side. See if we can get this to work. So realize. Ah. And ramp apparently wasn't quite enough. We're gonna need actual stairs. Now, if we could get these two to meet, it would be neat, but I don't think we can. Then kind of this one following the train station grid, because I built this like a little bit of a moron, and the rest of this would then is following the actual world grid, which is, you know, do work. Otherwise, it'd be really fun to have a path across these two. Okay, we might be able to do a silly one. Let's see if I can make this one work. You see, if we put in a T crossing there, then a straight one that way, you see, they're not fully aligned sideways, but we can kind of hide the fact because it's already being fudged a little by, you know, all of this being here. So thinking, what if we just put in a good old ladder? Ladder never lets you down. Except when he lets you down. Just always try to. Okay, so let's see here. We do one and one. We build up. And that looks Alright, let's see. Does it actually work? It works. Excellent. So now there's a kind of logical connection here. I wish we had a piece similar to the sort of catwalk or like floor pieces that's in Stationeers, where it's like similar to the catwalk here, but it has a hole in the middle for putting a ladder in, because the ladder is awkward to put here because you always have to connect it into the smallest hole you pretty much can using catwalks and things, which is an entire catwalk, which would be what, quarter of one of these. So that's a 2 meter by 2 meter. That's a big ass hole. So we'll love to have like a small hole in the side here where I can just have a ladder going just down from here, but I need like half and quarter pieces of a catwalk still, which we don't have. Very tragic. But yeah, so one output is connected. The second one would be this one, which is then coming directly from there. And I think the neatest way might be to pull it down here and then come like across the bottom of this thing to a point, say for example here, and then from here we go down again and then we go across. There you go. Vague plans barely remembered. That's why I do all my buildings. Why are you so slidey? You're kind of weird. Here we go. Keep on forgetting that. With a solid structure, clipping it into these things a little isn't really an issue, which is good. Yeah, it's too long. Where's the limit? Around here. Alright, but we're not gonna put stuff there. So otherwise good. But not. Whereas if we do it here, the good thing is it looks sort of structurally part of stuff. Now we want to find a good looking curve. Don't see you go there. Try this one more time. That actually looks pretty heckin' good in a lot of ways. And frankly, I'm quite okay with that one. I want you on the seam. And there. What's up with these belts? What the hell are you connected to? So he comes out, doesn't need curve. Oh, yes. Ooh. Feels good, man. Oof. Feels bad, man. sucker. So that would be the correct bottom. The hell did I delete? There. Look at the Malclad platings go. Freaking beautiful. Oh yeah. Pleases me and happens to be just fits perfectly on top of this thing, so it looks almost like I know what I'm doing. Which you, at this point, you know, I don't. Now, these, though, do remind me of the fact that we could add some fancy illumination for this thing, so I'm just wondering, like, could we add one of these, like, here somehow? Or... well, no, of course not, silly me. No, not you, friend, no, the wall-mounted one. We then instead follow these. Yeah, it's better. There we go. Then... No. There we go. Ooh. Took a lot of aiming, but we got there. We got there. There we go. Illumination. Oh, back to what we should actually be working on. So we still lack the dark crystal. These guys keep on like rotating themselves while I'm not looking. And there's nothing inside these. And yeah, I know these are here pretty much just purely cosmetically. Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Cheers. Ah, good. No rush yet for the doggy walkies. I mean, not walkies, but just let them out the backyard. God, I love having a backyard. I've lived with my lovely little doggos in homes where we did not have a backyard. And now in a home that has a backyard. And it's just so much easier to have them, just let them out. Let them do a little bit of snooping. Get that PP out of their system. Let's try it again. So now it says, going up. You should also be going up. Okay, there's alkaline in that one now. And there's crystal oscillators inside that one. There's alkaline inside that one. And the missing piece, the dark matter crystal, is made here. Now we are sending a bunch there and a bunch there, but none of them actually use quite the 1.2 thousand. I'm wondering if I should just take that and from this splitter send it that way, let it do an long awkward loop from here to there. And I think the answer to that one might be no. Let's not do that. So let's do it this way. There we go. Now there's a catwalk connection all the way from there to here. See, and then the catwalk almost goes inside the particle accelerator, but only almost, so it's fine. So that means it don't count. That means we're gonna have the belt running across here to there to, well, the exit from this thing. And frankly, we have three things. We want them all to have the possibility of getting some of these, which means we should in fact have just a nice honest splitter. One goes there for the drone exports. One of them connects here. And then with the you know it, the hecking small framey McPillar. I think we can do a singular default one. And it looks, just that tiny touch more actually supported. And then we realize our horrifying mistake. Or do we? Depends. Are we actually capable of? Yep, we do. Yes, we do. And like upon so, the issue was fixed. Nice straight angles, everything's being sent out just the way it should. That means the next connection will actually be probably just easiest to have like right next to you. Try to sort of visualize. Right, no we don't. You see we go to architecture, and inside architecture we find, you guessed it, a heckin' beam. Hello there, Ugla. Hope you're doing well. Nope, you're doing well, and hope summer has been treating you kindly. And we need to be kind of there, so it means so let's see here. One of the ideas was to have the beam frankly, this one doesn't have to come in from below. It might as well just come in from here to have an actual just straight up splitter. Oh no, but then to get it straight up in this neat fashion. Yeah, nope. Someone's being treating me kindly. Doing my kindly. That was your weekend. I'm glad you had a good time, my friend. Week has been nice. Home alone with the doggos. Which means a lot of gaming, a lot of chilling, and a lot of slightly being worried for the old boy. As he suffers from that tragic fate of the old. A little placeholder shenanigans. That would work. That would almost work. Okay. Tried Zomboid first time this weekend. Hard to wrap my head around every possibility the game's throwing at you. Liked it very much. Hey, I'm glad you did. Yeah, it is a very fun game. It is an excellent game about survival, experimenting, doing trying to do fancy, interesting things. Oh, that's why you're all wonky. And in general, having a good time. The other one is good, but I think I'd prefer the beam down with like half a meter, if that. Yeah, Zomboid's a fun one because it allows for base building, good old survival crafting. You could go like proper like homesteading, farming. We'll have to do it with one beam further down, so that we can use that to get the support thing where I want it. So that I can then scoot it up, so we get a straight belt, and then the upper beam is the one that'll actually be sort of visually attached to. Alright. Alright, let's go up by one more step. No, but now it's going down. Gosh darn it. I hate when they do that. I started, so I haven't done so much yet. Just collecting a bunch of stuff and eating. Yeah, well, that's a lot of the game. Running around. Collect the things. Eat the stuff. Yeah, previous one was is so it's somewhere in between those two is where we kind of is the target. Double check. And the highest one is just too high. Second highest, too high. Freak. I also want to do like some more like Project Zomboid stuff, but that also has the problem of I like trying to learning to do all the things, collecting all the stuff, which leads to the fact that I'll end up just spending a lot of time trying to skill up, and then I keep on getting distracted by like, ooh, shiny. So anyway, all of my attempts at making a sort of zomboid run have always been very I don't know, chaotic. I think I would love for the keep this one straight, right? Not really working the way I wanted it to. So, how about we put in a tiny square sign? Followed by a tiny square sign.
Hello there.
Hey there, Neon. Sitting in the Seoul airport in a connection right now. Ooh. A new... Well... Hope you're having a good time in Seoul. Enjoying that Seoul plane. Or like the Seoul layover, I guess. I'm guessing you're heading back to the onto the US right now. I do believe you were going on a bit of a vacation. Hope you end up having a lovely time, friend. Can't attach stuff to these signs with these, not with those. There we go. That's the way I did it. Took me a while, but I got there. Yeah. I mean, the height's wrong and all that, but we're kind of getting there. "12 days in Seattle. No stomping ground. Hey, that's nice." And my older brother was also like, he's already back. Yeah, he should hopefully be back by now. Yeah, but he's been visiting Finland as well. Was here for a few months, a few weeks, a month I'd say. Yeah, 4 weeks. Just visiting friends, visiting family, traveling around Finland. Now he's back to New Zealand, where he lives. 12 days traveling from home to Seattle as well. So Japan, yeah, headed back for a family visit. And Japan for 10 years. Ooh, a decade already. Nice. Best yellow could find. Hana's connecting in Seoul. 2-hour flight from Japan, 10 hours to Seattle. Oh, and I thought that would be a worse travel time. Yeah, I mean, but the US, you have to remember, US is, I mean, it's more like, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, that band is, for us Scandinavians, is pretty much, literally on the opposite side of the world. So that is a long, a difficult flight path. Whereas Japan and the US, much closer to each other. I'm assuming you're flying over the Pacific. It is. Yeah. Sorry. West Coast US to Asia is not too shabby. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like Russia to US is they're actually very 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 close to each other on the northern side. It's just because the maps are like our clocks essentially. They're the 0 point is in Greenwich in England. Keep on forgetting that's an option. There's that weird final little nubbin. I'm trying to find a way if I could get one of these. They're an attachment point sort of in the middle. And I think this will have to be one of the like final experiments. So that would be pretty much exactly. There was a slight tilt to the left, tilt to the right. There's a slight tilt there. But I think we're just gonna have to live with it. I guess I was wrong, because according to the game's internal engine, this would be straight. Oh, there's a tiny little height change. Well, that'll work. I was going Florida and New York, it'd be brutal. Yeah, I'd imagine. I remember my brother just went to Australia. I think he was taking about 25 to 30 hours. That's my brother's flight time as well. Don't remember exactly, but it was long enough and many connecting flights. Yeah, where the alls for me is like 11 hours, I think. 12 hours? I think he made way from the U. 11 hours from Japan to Australia, isn't that like just go like fly south pretty much? I mean, they're like, you're like in the same time zone and everything. Well, connecting flights are wild. Yeah, right now, flights to, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, that part of the like Micronesia and that part of like the world is a very long flight, because we used to be able to fly over Russia. Well, with the whole war happening, that's a no-fly zone. So that's why you have to take like a complicated path around all these like danger areas to get to that part of the world. 7 to 10 hours, apparently. You might have remembered my connection. Yeah. I was assuming it would probably be something like that, because like geographically they're relatively close. Keyword relatively. Now, then we remove all of these weird little nubbins. We Schoolie Poopio all the way over here, for example. A bit weird, but I think we can make that work. That looks a bit better. Nice and straight. There we go. Just rests on that corner. Excellent. And that's how you spend hours on pointless details. Hours and hours and hours. Hundreds of hours. Amazing. Hi there, Alice Lamore. I live in Ukraine for this past 4+ years. It's forgetting how civilian planes looks, sound. I can imagine. I can only imagine. Only imagine. Stay tough, my friend. Europe stands with Ukraine. Well, considering what I see flying instead sometimes, not great, some might say. Yeah. Well, yeah. Hoping for the best. And I hope you can stay, and I hope you and your loved ones stay safe, my friend. The good thing is, though, is that, from what it looks like to me at least, yeah, the war is most definitely going in Ukraine's favor, and that's always good. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Yeah, that's good. These are good. You see, these are missing the dark matter residue. And, I don't know, might as well open up at least one of these. Because we need more of these anyway. So now we have a fun little connection from here to there. And... whoop. And that would in fact be all the inputs. I'm surprised I wasn't following. I'm lurking for some time since you started Factorio run. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, Factorio is fun as always. Yeah. And also, I have noticed that, yeah, the whatever logic they use for, because I can only assume, so I'm more on who doesn't actually know, that a lot of the really weird things that happen with the Twitch and the follows sometimes must be some kind of like bot detection, which just goes insane. Because I also have been like unfollowed from people that I most definitely was following. Wait a minute. Were you the problem? I guess they might be. So now if we try again... Not with a smart splitter, it's just a normal conveyor splitter. Alright. Well, to put them back then to be cosmetically there, even though mechanically they aren't. All of those connections are there. And now we'll just do the floor holes. Like that. It treats you as a bot, Hano. It could be, yeah. Because I'm like assuming is that or some kind of like cleaning up people's like checked out followers or whatever. I don't know. Someone vibe coded some nonsense. And it's clearly a boss. Too perfect for human. Oh, thank you, Sankira. But don't tell everyone. Well, they'll catch me. Alright, and I think that's... that would be all of that. We need power to the machines, including these two. Because these are making the like photonic matter, and I felt like, that sounds like, they're doing something with the sunlight, so they'll have to be hanging out on the roof, pumping down the photonics. Oh, would you look at that? That thing's the wrong color. And we check out the coloration here, and the custom of this watch goes there. What time? Yep. And then we'll figure out a wall situation. I think we're gonna go just heavy on the windows. Because part of the experiment here is to see how the because they create this sort of auroral beam above themselves when they turn on, which we could see, for example. And let's go here and, I don't know, steal some shards. Meaning these guys turn on. And they turn on their disco floor lights, and and that beam. So I'm wondering, because those three are then on top of each other, will the beam be like... how's that gonna look? And because they'll be beaming through the building itself as well. And it's sparking. I do hope it's like just some sort of static electricity discharge, because otherwise, uncovered cables sparking into each other sounds like that thing's getting heavily confused about stuff. And it vents some gas. And then the disco starts. The disco scan. Neat. Anyway, let's have a look-see here. So... the output from these also gets the shard from there, which will be then belting over somehow to make the alien power matrix. And while we're doing it, we'll need just 2 machines, and then we'll have to bring in the SAM fluctuator somehow. Thinking maybe we bring in the SAM already in various forms, and to make the fluctuator we just need copper wire and pipes. And we can make a little factory making sand, just a whole bunch of, well, enough of these sand fluctuators. Yeah, normal rate is 10 per minute, so just a couple of factories will be more than enough. Because we have iron right there, is in the steel, in the steel factory. We're bringing in Caterium here and Sam over there. So here in between small factory, because we can do Caterium into Caterium wire, the steel into the pipe. I believe we even have concrete here, so we can use the concrete recipes to really save up on that one. Or we import pipe from there. Hmm. Oh well. We'll get him over here somehow. Now you guys, though, if your output... So I think we could have the output go out at this height, right? And with that would mean that we probably want the merger to happen on this level. I mean, we could, of course, just also bring it below here and ship it across here, which could also look pretty neat. Well, why not lean into that then? And then from here, we check these here, logistics, and we find their merger. And we check the floor holes. Going a lot of this here. Fix it. Let's go for a little bit of goat. I don't really have a good color for the dark matter, so we'll just leave that as the default then. Get one more time. There we go. That'll just have to do. Now, this stuff needs to be sent that way. Wait a minute. Okay, you also output this stuff. And we'll be outputting 120 from these. And these guys output, did the math, 325. The Mark 1 pipe is not enough for the inputs. Keep on forgetting. The limit is actually 300. There we go. Then we do no, cancel. There we go. Next, the tricky part was that tiny piece between the T-junction and the floor hole. And now on this one, we reached all of them. Excellent. Oh, you don't actually need to be a Mark II here, but sure, why not? No. Yes, not. No. See, I forgot. I was thinking about the other machine. No, this one actually does need to be a Mark II. There we go, my friends. Okay, so then we do this, we do that. We remove this fellow and we reconnect these buggers. Okay, so now your output will be sent over here. And we could... here's an idea. This pipe goes along the ceiling up to go there. And the solid output, yeah, good. So gas output, get sent here, but the T crossing there, so the output from the two machines there could be sent over here, rejoin this one, and then be sent here to feed the dark matter crystal machines. That way the output from here will be then sent that way. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. There we go. Now let's have a look see here, and we'll make you the new number 7. There we go. Is such. Yeah. It's, yeah, the worst of Goat Simulator. The goat music. Fully in-game. Best tape you can play in Satisfactory. 100% true. And by the way, yeah, that blinks tier 2 and Nuke Pawn. Hope you're doing well. When two worlds collide, this is the baby. Well, it's one of them. I mean, technically there's other OSTs, because they have like some small collections of OSTs, and you can get as tapes in the game from other games published by Coffee Stain Studios. One is Goat Simulator music. There's Sanctum and Sanctum 2, which were apparently some kind of like tower defense, base defense kind of games. Apparently, and then you can find one for Songs of Conquest as well as Deep Rock Galactic. I think there might be more tapes out there, but these are the ones I got. And we'll have a look at these wall options. We'll do full frame windows, hex frame windows, honeycomb, angled frame, Valheim is published by Coffee Stain Studios. Is there a Valheim cassette? I don't know. I think you'd have to Google and wiki that. I don't think there's one. I at least never seen one. At least I don't remember seeing one. Now it's the proper the crazier goat music. Google AI said no. Which would make sense, because it also has to do with, I mean, they might be published by the same company. That doesn't mean that they have the publisher has the rights to the music, for example. So if I remember correctly, there was the publisher, the composer for Valheim is actually became like quite well respected. So and so on. And Valheim started as a smaller project. So I'm not sure he might have like just held on to the rights to his own music. Like through it all. Then we can have those connected. Oh, that might have gone too far. It did. That's just funny. It's just like wonderfully insane. A beautiful art here. And considering where the music comes from, surely that means that this music is goated. And here as well, we do under architecture, we find the frame walls, and then we're going to use these as the sort of... Come on. There, the lower wall. Because the walls, you know, they come out a bit, and then it's always, for me at least, it's annoying, like, how do I then, like, make a frame and a wall sort of meet with if I don't want to pull the wall all over the frame. So the foundation, sorry. Then the frame walls and that wonderful little extra pushness, like heaviness or like thickness to resolve that matter, and with a easy piece of little three-dimensionality, and in general even makes your basic concrete look just a little bit more robust. And it's weird because they keep on wanting to like put themselves in these strange places. I feel like I feel like the frame walls have different rules from normal walls. Because you see there, if you look at it, hold on, see, it's inside of the grid, not in between. Whereas an actual wall is between. Walls go along the like intersection spaces between foundations, so the in-game grid, right? So walls fill up that space, similar to windows. So you see here, the center of it is along the seam there, whereas these frame walls, these frame walls don't. You see, here it's clipping, it's inside the frame rather than on the outside, so that's why it's sometimes tricky to like just get it to agree to put the frame where I want it to. Where do I have to aim you to do the thing? In that way, sometimes it's easier to like just zoop out a little bit of piece of foundation on this side. So I can then under architecture find the frame wall and aim on this one. So it puts it on the outside of this here. And then aiming from that frame wall, we can then put that stuff in. And then we just remove these we use for pretty much aiming. And voila. Freaking amazing. And I'm glad I used the 2-meter foundation for the flooring, because apparently that works pretty well with the hex walls. You see, it fills up that entire space. Mild annoyance, but not that bad, because the frame pattern in the walls, it sort of hides the fact that we have a glass window against a sort of concrete wall, or foundation in this case. Because with some of these like foundation and window combination, it's at least for me, I find that it can be a little bit annoying when they, you have like 1 meter of freaking foundation like flickering as Z fighting its way through a window. Well, these are the idea was to have these giant windows because of the inside of the machine should be creating those auroral beams. And I kind of want to see how that looks like once it's all running. And instead of having them next to each other, having them up on top of each other, I like it. I'm actually pretty happy with this one. And I kind of like the little, because they like in-game mechanics, it works in my logic. You see, because they make photonic matter, so they're obviously solar powered. But they also, because they have their pipes coming out and everything, they look a bit like water towers, water like cisterns, canisters held on top of buildings. And having a little half foundation sized, you gotta have a roof on your maintenance stairwell entrance. And I'm very happy with how well these buggers fit into here. The fun thing with the goat music, though, is because there is the insane songs in there as well, but some of them are like actually good. Now, mind you, I do also enjoy music that has a certain chaos to it. Like I enjoy classically good music, but I also enjoy music that is well done, but with some chaos. Like Ninja Sex Party, Frank Zappa, that kind of stuff. Absolutely delightful stuff. Zappa being the more historic, and Ninja Sex Party is just YouTube era musician. Well, pair of artists, I guess. Maybe I should have finished wiring it before I put in all the windows, but oh well. Oh yeah. Most of them construction lighting. It's simple, it's a brick, but I'm happy with it. I like it. Now we need to add the catwalk entrances. And we'll bring in the power. You see, we left with this tiny little empty spot here, which seems to me to be perfect for some two-sided power connections. Might have to pull in beams through here then. Plus this needs a tiny redesign. Well, that's okay. Well, surprisingly close. Ah, yes. If we move over by 1, it actually moves over by 2.
Från min tur till stan, köpmät, öl och cider.
Ooh, nice. Hoppas det var gott mat och gott öl och gott cider. Och god cider. Gott cider, god cider. Ah. Now, one of the problems of being multilingual is you just make mistakes in multiple languages now. Keep on forgetting words. Oh, right, yeah, because you're off by by 2 meters. Okay, so we need 1 ramp here somewhere. So where do we ramp? Ah, yes, bilingual. Yeah. So rather than this giant thing that way, maybe I do a spiral. But I think hiding a ramp in one of those would be even more difficult. We could have catwalk goes all the way to the side. There's like one fun awkward ramp. How would that work? Let's see. Come on. Otherwise, yes, except the ramp should be on this end. Yeah, that feels more sort of logical and consistent to me, at least. There we go. Nice little external stairwell. Now we have this one coming in from here. Then we'll probably turn this one into exactly as a T-junction. So I can connect to whatever's over there. So now there's also a logical connection coming from there, across here, goes down here, though these are mostly here to support the belts. And then, yeah, we can bring in power via one of the sides. So, and how do we get the power into here in a way that's neat? You see, because if we just go like across the building, it, well, doesn't look that neat to me. Oh, you bastard, you gotta like it. Oh, it looked like catwalk. It does look like catwalk connections. Why won't you connect them? It's even got the railings and everything. Well, I guess because they know that this is like so far off from where the catwalks usually would be able to connect. Because I was thinking of adding...
Connect power to the floor. Straight down. Hidden in the floor.
That is one way to do it, yeah. But I was thinking, because I want the power to be coming in like through the walls. Like connection here. So I was just wondering, like, how do I, in a neat way, bring that over? So one would be messing around with catwalks. I was wondering, like, if I could just do that. And then this would connect... Well, it would clip into this guy. Because in the top floor, we still have the roof access connection that isn't really connected to the floor in a sensible way. So I was thinking we could bring one catwalk a little this way. So now we have a power pole that kind of looks like it's part of a, supporting this thing. There we go. So it clipped into the pipe a bit, but I can live with that. Because then from here we could have a connection, say, here. Or there. And now it's nice, it's elegant enough. There's stairs up, but there's also, a catwalk up. Now, of course, we can't then connect this thing, use it on the top floor, because the top floors catwalks follow the actual grid. But we can use either the same one or something similar, at least. Heck, we can even have it here, can't we? Yeah, Jay been asking, what do we have on the menu today? Oh, yeah, we're trying to make those alien power matrices and trying to make cool stuff. And then post-stream, yes, there's still some leftovers left for the leftover burritos. Might be the last ones I get today. Might be a little tomorrow. We'll see. See, we could bring the entire thing slightly closer. Then it goes like around the pipe. This thing remains. Most acceptable. No, it still goes across, but it doesn't go that look quite as wild. Another option would be to try to, I don't know, connect it there. And then from there to the side. You know, it's not as bad of an idea as I first thought. There we go. There we go. Oh well, we can still do that. It's goat music? Yep. That's more up here, but I can't do more up because the windows were following like the actual grid. And I forgot the walls and such are not. Because these are 2-meter foundations and all the windows and walls are 4 meter tall. So that one middle floor is like off by 2 meters. If you look at the window patterns and so on. And that's why we couldn't really actually do it the way we had first imagined. But thankfully, we could still make it kind of work. And I guess if nothing else, with the amount of goat music we've been listening to, at some point I guess I'll have to play the hecking goat game. There we go. You see, that has like a thick spot in the same line as that one. And that one does not. See, the thick spot is 2 meters higher and lower, but not on the same line. So that's why we can really do this on the middle floor. And if I can't have the same one on every floor, well, then we can't do it. It just can't be done. Them's the rules. Now, mind you, we'll look at the possibility of adding lighting later. Right now, we just need to get this thing to kind of work. Next, this thing is just pulling power to that one power cable. Now we could have, say, a door there. kind of feel like that could be fun. Well, I'd be wrong apparently. Oh yeah, because this thing's off by 1 meter. That was one of the... Ah, heck. Heckity heck. I mean... I guess we could fix it with just stairs. Now the question remains, what would be the correct material here? There we go. So then that would be connected. But it's hard to get here. So that can't be there. So you gotta go. And now we can add a door. Yeah, that won't work. Way too tight. So, otherwise, the same. So we change you out. So we do 2 of yous. Yeah. And realize that we've changed nothing. Yeah, it needs to go even further for that to be of any significance. But you can't go up from there either, because then you'll intersect with that one. How about, like, well, apparently not like that. There you go. Nice and awkwardly overly complicated. Just the way I like it. Now we followed by an attempt connecting these. Now these should be 1, 2, 3, 4. They should be just doable. So 1. Let's see here. There. Sorry for the hyper focus. Gonna happen again. Hi there, Black Mind. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. So the consistent down goes all the way up. Yeah, so either that or we... Yes. Yes. Okay, yeah. Absolutely the wrong way. Got a heavy fire exit. However insane and impossible it is. This is a wonderful setup that'll save not a single life ever. Excellent. How do we get actually power into here though? Now that's another question. Also I can walk up the stairs and like just, you know, do not lick. Very important. Do not lick. YouTube keeps buffering for some reason. Oh! Well, it's not on my end. OBS says everything is fine. Well, the tube of yo does what it wants. However it wants and whenever it wants. And answers to no one. Ah. Let's see. Ah, perfect. You know, it's not bad, is it? That works on a charm on Twitch. My internet. Alright, yeah. It could be with internet, could be with, you know, how YouTube does its encoding, because I'm pretty sure YouTube does different sort of video, like, packaging and encoding from than Twitch. Because Twitch is built on, you know, built for live video, whereas YouTube is built for long form story video. Don't lick the bus bar. Excellent. So how does the power get to that thing? I mean, could have. Ah. Let me get filled up with all the stuff. And I forgot that we need to get the power all the way to the roof. Now don't we? So if you had a Alright, so we do architecture, we take out our... I'm gonna go with just metal beams for this one, actually. go. I realized that's dumb. I don't need all that. We just put in one of these and it'll be fine. And low. I was wrong. Can't be done. Absolute gibberish. Part of me is like almost nah, you know what? That is actually pretty cool. Orientation's fucked though. Otherwise good. There we go. Okay. The machines are pumping. The photons are being injected. And the machines are turning on. Oh my god, is this Goat Simulator music? Yes, it is. So how about that hairline, that airline food? The worst of Goat Simulator. Okay. So compared to these guys who aren't even running anymore, why aren't you running? Let's grab those. When the beams are all on top of each other, it does become more stark. So like, you know, when you have these layered on top of each other from this direction, but these are all on top of each other, and yes, so it does clip in the wild and beautiful internal auroral vibes. But I guess it is time to check out me and my golf cart. So, another step done. Got a nice little building. Then its neighbor was going to only have 2 of these instead of 3. I'm wondering, should we also put those on top of each other? I kind of like this. Let's double check. Because those 3 make the superposition oscillators. Then we just need the excited photonic matter and the power shards already being produced. And SAM fluctuators are easy enough. There we go. Did I like not actually connect them to anything? The outputs. Now y'all are... Why are you idle? Right. Dark matter's not going anywhere. Come on. Okay, this is kind of getting silly, but I want to do it anyway. That just seems funny. Guess what day it is? It's Astronauts Day. Hey, nice Buffalopicus 1.0 coming out. That'd be one way of doing it. Shit. Gosh darn. There we go. All right. Actually, no. There you go. Nice. That's looking way better than I was expecting. Very good. I'll allow it. Alright, machines are blasting on because they're pumping out their dark matter over here. We're gonna come here and turn off that valve for now. So these guys will be consuming all the excess. Satisfactory has a weather system? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I think that's one of the more recent updates because it was actually quite a long ago, a time ago, if I remember correctly, when they first added weather like rain and so on, and then they had to, I think they had to take it down. Things didn't really work out, and now they reinstated it. They fixed the bugs, and I quite like it. The world feels more alive when it just rains every now and then. Oh, that's a big beam. Strange quantum power. Lovely. And we need 2 more of these buggers, and then we're gonna put them here. Let's see here. We do a production. We check out our quantum encoder, and we slippity snap it this way around. Now we absolutely can get close. No, we don't want to get too much closer because we have the foundations here. There'll be the floor. Now we only want 2 of these. Yeah, sure, why not? Exhaustion is not covered by the Fix-It Pioneer Health Plan, nor is Pioneer Health. I love it. Fuck. Alright. Then we should got the logistics. Nice one. Alright. There we go, fixed. And then we'll add the cosmetic holes. So, the splitters emerges alongside lifts, especially when combined with floor holes, apparently can be a little finicky and just get really confused about who is and is not, in fact, connected. Oh no! We're all getting random fits. Glitching about. I think it's just cosmetic, but the community has been asking when the rain will be put back in for years. I mean, yeah, it is a purely cosmetic effect, but, it is a very cool one. And I guess, they would just affected things like, I'm not sure how they render stuff or affect things like map gen. Was it first designed to react to map gen? I'm assuming if they took it out, it caused unforeseen issues. There we go. So. And you're here to make the alien power matrix. No. The 2-meter inverted ramp. Come on, pillars. We gotta put you in the right corners. There you go. Find the hole and zoopity, McWhoopity. Whoop. Okay. So get that corner up there as well. All right. There we go. Things are coming together here. Now your inputs will similarly be the solids and the photonic boronic power, and the logistics involving the floor holes will go so. Then we find our splitters, which are there. Huh? Oh, right, yeah. Fair enough. Oh. I think sound fluctuators will be probably the one that are furthest to the right. There you go. Superposition oscillators are oscillating in. Power shards. I think it'll be best if we just turn it.
Why don't you have a drink?
Ooh, that is very true. Should. Thank you, Akira Sugiyama. We pull these shards. Yeah. No, how about a big one? Actually kind of works. I'm okay with this. Now this then means that you get these sends. We check our logistics, we find the merger. Hey there, crab thighs, but we're doing well. Nice seeing you, friendo. And that way we have the shards, we have the oscillators. And it's going to take a little while to get the SAM fluctuator. Like, it's not like a difficult project to make more of them, but it's more of a question of just see here. Just getting all the stuff to the machine. That look kind of funny, but I'm okay with this. Under walls we find, yes, you know at the side. Wall. Door. There you go, the buildings are connected. Van Zoepeli, Boepeli, Boo. Sweet, it can frame walls and everything. Now your power comes through there up your straights. So the question is, can I bring the power then from here A piece of railing, yeah, because we're not done with this one yet. So this is more like just a placeholder. So then we can then do stairs going up there. Similarly to what we did here. We even have an emergency ladder all from all the way up there. Not sure what we're gonna do on this side, because here we have this giant rock, and I was kind of hoping to like just put lights around it, like just save the rock. Have this be like a design feature or something. Yeah, then this catwalk goes here. We'll also connect to here, so we at least have a door here connecting. It's cool. Glad you like it. Similarly, I might turn this into a T-crossing, so we have a railing going all the way from across from here to there. Just so it all feels slightly more like encompassing. Got this big empty space, well, feels big and empty. Just put in some catwalks and voila. Kinda looks like it might serve some kind of purpose. Now the superposition, see, power shards are made, the superposition oscillators on top of each other, the magical quantum beam, and these guys are going to be making the actual alien McPower matrix, and need a SAM fluctuator, like proper manufacturer for these. I'm thinking we might make one here. Wait. Yeah, no one else uses these, yeah. So we can make a dedicated SAM fluctuator factory for this thing somewhere around here. We don't need that many, just 2 machines. And most of the materials are already being imported or made around here. So, yeah, like a small thing, I don't know, there or whatever. And here, yeah, so I like the little rock. So we're gonna see if we can make little rock. You know, we must save it, not build over it, not hide it. I'm gonna have to have a small break soon, but I'm thinking I'm just gonna do a quick and dirty. Manually filled. And then the... Similar to previously, the power comes in from here. That's 1, and there's 2, and it's on the third one's seam. Possibly. And the couple's next. How's the doggos? Well, now they're still sleeping. So that's why I'm not in that much of a rush. Because as long as the dogs remain in nap mode, I know they're not gonna, pee themselves. And old man Gimli is doing his old man best. And So you're working as intended. These guys are not. Nope. This means one of these has broken. Again. Okay, now they got the stuff inside. So I'm guessing it's the issue was I'm building it like from output to input, and that somehow gets the machine really confused. Hmm? Oh, they are. Yeah, cool. They're there. 1, 2, then top. 1. All right. Wait, what? Alright. Apparently I got a little confused there. When I was breeding rats back in the day, lemon hill furballs had a tendency to pee on you without warning. God dang rats. Cute and wild. They do whatever the heck they want. Rats gotta do what a rat's gotta do. And sometimes that means to pee on you. There we go. All the junk is being put inside. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we'll see about trying to do the same thing we did here. And that means looking at the foundation, the architecture, glass frame foundation. Yes. There we go. Now we're facing the wrong way. I had to be cleansed. Using the sacred fire of the undo gun. I'm gonna zoop in some nice roofing. And they shouldn't be touching. Nope. But I guess, using that catwalk during rain, it would be slightly less than amazing. But he had a pet rat. He let it run around his apartment. I don't know if he trained it or if it did it on its own, but it only ever went to the bathroom in its cage. Yeah. They often I think for rats, because they're prey animals, it's more logical for them to have a place where they try to hide their their pee and poop, because it smells, so they want to hide their tracks so the predators can find them. Compared to cats and dogs who mark their territory, so the others will know exactly that, hey, there's someone here. Someone lives here. Someone's claimed these lands. Now, I'm no expert, so that is just my guessing. Makes sense? Yeah, like talked before. I like talking, in the old school fashion. Where you just say shit. And you might be right, you might be wrong. Well, if there's not, but you gotta talk to people to find out. The only cure to ignorance is exposing it. So it was 120 of these per second. Because it was 60 and we got 2 of them. Which means we might actually change your position. One, two, three, four. And then we find the Mark II McPipe. And we give that the Painter's White treatment as well. Well, Mark 1 would have been enough here, but oh well. So now it's like a consistent, slightly more consistent flow there. Oh my. Looks like that heck in things fit freaking perfectly. No, close enough. I'll take it. Yeah, you got the 120. Now, listen, we could do that. We'll leave that as an option. And the output. Why doesn't it always... I mean, this seems like a very logical thing to like snap to, but they won't. And I don't get it why. Try it again. There you go. There you go. Y'all are maxed out. Output goes there. Well, now I'll explain it. There we go. The dark matter crystals are being produced. All right. Excellent. Machines are on. And we find the whole of the floor. Ugh. There we go. Come on. Okay. Your pockets are empty. So some are being collected here, some are being collected there. So these machines are on because they're on. These will be on because they're on. You guys seem to be doing okay. So that was 375. That is 420. So that would be grand total of 495. So almost 500. And these guys consume currently 150 per. And there's 5 of them. So 750, so more than one of these pipes can actually feed into them. Now 750 minus 495 means we need 255. These guys produce 180 minus 180, so we still need 75 units of dark matter for all of these to run. So if we let these fellows fill up like this end of the pipe, so you're completely turned off. And you let out 75. Which also happens to be everything you there make. Means in theory these should be able to run all the time. Well, we're not running out. They are being made. So now we need to finish the walls, decorate it a bit, and then move the There we go. The alien power booster thingamabob here. Ooh, maybe we can make that one work with the rock. You see, because then they'll be fed into here, and then there'll be something rock themed happening there. And one of the ideas was to try to see if we can align beams and foundations in a funny way, so we can try to make like a palm holding it up. That could be a fun little art project here. You know, once this thing gets done. At least add the corners here. There we go. Good. Now we'll figure out how the bottoms and sort of ends up working. And how we do the walls and things. I mean, doors and things. Let's go a little further away, like here. Okay, these couple of buildings, actually,
Hello,
they
Son of
added quite a lot to
It was
it.
good to see you streaming yesterday with Rat
Hey.
Moist and Napsor.
Hey there, Oshug. Lovely to see you around. Yeah. And, you know, I'm glad we finally got around to finishing that game, because we started it last year, actually. We've all been sort of like, at least me and Knapster have been talking about sort of holding off on it, because, I mean, we were supposed to try to finish it multiplayer, you know? Now we did it. Nice. Spelling adjusted for TTS. But I'm pretty happy with this one. Same share, save game from last. Yes, it was. That's why it was. Essentially, we just sort of like just reached the ending rather easily and quickly there. Because it was a continuation of that one. Alright. That one just needs some detailing and then it'll be done. Now I want to head back. And go fetch the thing. I was surprised to see the credits roll. I didn't think it had an ending. Yeah? Definitely a fun game. There you go. That guy can keep on making them bullets. Still a bunch of concrete there. Oh. Get 2 out of 20 coupons. And the slugs keep having their lovely fun times. They can be extra happy now, because from here on out, not a single slug need ever be smooshed in a giant machine to make a crystal of power. We're all powered up now. Oh! We're actually freaking done? Oh. Yeah. Looks like everything took a little longer than I expected. Oh, and then I'm making 2 per minute. Oh, can I put in all the sloops? We need 10, right? Yeah. Thank you, Rainforester. Appreciate the likes, and thank you for the 1 hour of lovely fun microscaping for all. What? Back after an afternoon nap. Ooh. I hope you feel nice and refreshed there, Black Mind.
grandfather has the heart of a lion and a lifetime ban from the zoo.
Understandable ban. Went there and stole the heart right off the lion. Romanced it. Way no man should. And yes, I'm choosing to interpret that in a extra silly fashion. You are... Yep, everything's maxed out. Doing their hecking best, working hard. Oh yeah. And...
Death is like Wi-Fi. Everyone is connected eventually.
Kinda, I guess, yeah. I really like the Wi-Fi version. But it's true. No one survives this run. Yeah, temporarily connected. And I was giving yes a nice 10%, 8,000 megawatts. Spaghettifying the alien. Nice. From 8 to 24,000 megawatts. Very nice. Ooh, our partner current capacity jumps to almost 100k every now and then. And these side beams also shock us. No, it's just the main one.
Risks of holding in a sneeze, ruptured throat. Blocking your nose and mouth traps extreme pressure, which can tear the soft tissue in your throat. Blood vessels. Trapped air pressure can burst blood vessels in your eyes, nose, or brain, potentially triggering an aneurysm. Ears. Stifling a sneeze can damage your eardrums or cause hearing loss and dizziness.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, makes sense. Do not overpressurize your head. It's not built for that. Let the high pressure get out. That's where it's supposed to be. Therefore I sneeze with full force. And you only live once. You should sneeze aggressively, proudly. Sneeze like you've never sneezed before, friend. Okay, but the core bit works. There's a little bit of gibberish here, so this thing needs to be, no, not that thing, but this one needs to be replaced by an actual, like, factory. Right now, it'll still work for a while, because they go through... like 30 a minute, so a few hundred minutes worth of those. This one consumes 5 per minute, and these two produce 2.5 each, so 5 per minute. So now this thing is then set up. Just needs to be decorated and set up in a way that would actually, work and make sense. So we have the rock here, and we wanted to preserve the rock, so maybe this one would then go live here. So close to, rock adjacent, if you will, even if not directly on the rock. Then the outputs can come from there, from below, and be belted over here and then up and into the machine. And your size, little machine friend, is 4 and a bit by 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3.9 by 3.9. Okay, we can work with that. They keep on having an excess of shards. Yeah, fix that quickly. But we saw they were being unevenly emptied as well. There. So now they should be emptied, at equal speeds, meaning that the 15 they produce should be all also then drained at equal speed. They're working hard. So, alien power corner. Anti-tune, okay. One belt is yet to be connected. Nope, all three are working just fine. See, this one is heading into this storage area. It's just the leftover. There's only 3 of these because they're producing around a total of 15 per minute. This is where I just keep my power shards and then they send them into the dimensional depot. Well, there should be too many of them, so kind of thinking we could do a nice little temporary silliness like that, so I don't have too many in my inventories. I have 1 stack. There we go. Because that's more shards than I do think I'll ever really need. So everything else is now being put into these. Because we couldn't sync them. I was thinking like, oh cool, we can make all these extra shards and put them in the sink. And then the game said just laughed at me. I said no, man. So very tragic, very sad. But I need to have that break. Doggos need to go to the backyard. They should have gone a while ago. In fact, I'm going to have a slightly longer one where I take care of myself and I feed the dogs as well. And that way, in not too long, and I have a little break when I give them walkies. That'll be been. But I'm pretty happy with that, aren't you, yeah? Building has ended up a lot better than expected. So I was thinking, we're just gonna spread out everywhere, but just putting all those on top of each other. Big buildings for five of these machines, but they are pretty big. And now they make giant super laser beams, which is neat. It's a limited amount of these you'll animate, because it's not animating these ones. Where do I have to go for you guys to also get beamed? Or is that procedure just not beam worthy? Hard to say. I like the stuttering animation. But it makes sense. There's no point in animating all these details if I'm not close enough to really see them. I really do appreciate those resource savings. Back to the absolutes of the fix-it. Heckin' wonderful. So, now with this, I guess it's time to then actually start doing a project part in it. Oh, well, first, the SAM fluctuator, but like I said, that is... we should have all the resources we need right here. The thing is just, how do we do that with the... minimal belt spaghetti? Well, we'll figure it out when I get back. Like I said, yeah. Small breaks, fit 10 minutes maybe. Because I'm gonna let the dogs out the backyard and give them their food. So, I'll be right back. See you soon, friendos. Hello, I have returned. And let's see. No. Okay, so this question is, do we try to make this thing work how? There you go. There's nothing else that was fun and all, but it's hardly necessary. Okay. So then put our wonderful little connections like that. I wonder. Yeah, this is off by 2 meter. Okay, neat. And the rooftop access. We tried a different way this time around. Like, what if we have... You know what? We're gonna ignore that one, because that one still has the same issues, the problem as this one, which is the 1 meter... 1 meter difference there. So we're just gonna skip it. Pretend it's not there. It's the only way. It is the only way to be sure, chat. Oh, yeah. Connected by the hacking ramps. and low.
What's long, hard, and full of seamen? Submarines.
Very true. Sometimes they're even full of clowns. So at least if me and Haz have anything to say about it. Ah. There we go. Not sure why, when, or how, or what exactly is going on here. Ah. And now, yes. Silly windows. Behaving poorly. There we go. Good old pointless catwalks. Hanging out and serving no purpose. Oh, lovely. Beams, catwalks, and pillars don't produce anything, you know. It's awesome how I just designed stuff for hours now, but haven't built a single machine. Now they're back to work. Back to the siesta. Hey, no worries, no chores. And I have. See, I built this entire machine. See these buildings filled with machines inside? Giving us our sweet alien power matrices. I know, what can I say? I'm assuming, you know, you knew what you're signing up for when you turned up here. Gonna be distractions, confusion, getting sidetracked, and you losing yourself in designing things that might not matter. So that's what we do around here. Yes, sir. And okay, let's have another cookie look-see here at the fluctuator. And let's see of our bread juice. Now importing 60 knit bread of the SAM. Machine makes 10. And we consume 25. So 3 machines worth. And we can't fit them beneath there. I guess we kind of could, but not really. The reanimated SAM is already being brought there for the machines that have been working on making the antimatter gas. The wire can be made out of deuterium. Let's see, we're in 25, so we need, let's do the math for 3 of these machines. There we go. So we need 180 Rian SAM, 150 wire, 90 steel pipe. The steel pipe is coming from right next to us. The deuterium is already here. As we go here, iron plates, steel beams, I guess we are already making all these pipes. It's so close, I'd be tempted to like just belt them over. I mean, sure, yeah, we can make the Rian like factory somewhere here. Then it's not too impossible to belt those pipes from here without meat looking too nasty. And the Caterium is already here. And the react time is there. So belting a little further. Shouldn't be impossible. But it will be awkward. In other words, we're building a whole bunch of drone base. One more drone port here that then just from this guy picks up, in fact, just the steel pipe. Why the heck not? There you go, steel pipe, export mode. Doesn't need a fuel source. It is steel, so you get the carbon steel finish, and then we just... I see. If you were to play this game alone, by alone I mean not streaming, how much hours do you think you'd say I have played this game for? I mean, I had played it for like 300 plus hours before I ever started streaming it. I'd probably end up spending less time on design because that's, like I've said before, you know, that's something I really have enjoyed discovering, that in the streaming I find myself just caring more about, you know, building things that look nice, or at least try to. I don't always succeed, but I do my best, you know. Because I feel like there's a different kind of internal motivation to work on this when I feel like someone will see what I'm doing, and that helps me, you know, care enough about doing all this. Because otherwise, I've had like multiple things like more like this factory, because this one has the sort of like half-assed ideas and never really went anywhere, but even more broken apart. Hey there, Nagraf Dearmon. Hope you're doing well. Good afternoon to you as well, my friend. But I still did play the game quite a lot. I think we could get away... Let's see, can I put a power pole on this thing? No, but if we put a... I think we're gonna make use of catwalks here. Now let's see, there's nothing that goes above. Excellent. And it's also fun, yeah, because this has allowed me to find ways to express myself. Different, like if I find different ways, different like kinds of solutions that I probably would have otherwise. And also, thanks to streaming this, thanks to the benevolence of chat, I have learned things I did not know. Secret and magnificent things. Like that I can... Oh, you bastard. Put a power pole. There you go. That I can grab from the middle of the cable. Yeah, I get it. I'm getting bored in shapes too now. I played a lot when I was building the band. Now I get bored after a while. Yeah, I mean that's the thing with the shapes too. It's one of those things that it's amazing on paper, but in practice, I found that after a while I just kind of stopped caring, which is a shame because the game is fun. I still want to give it a go with the manufacturing mode. Never got there. God dang it, just got in the right spot. There we go. Good enough. And steel pipe export. Excellent. So now on that, can just keep on running. Even if those guys are full, other things are full. And here as well, we wanted to have a slightly better chance of actually buffering through all this. So we should find our organizations in a storage container. So we can fill this thing, and then if everything else starts running, then even if this one has less to give, pretty much, because these would all be running, then there would still be the buffer, the stuff we buffered into this thing. Wait a minute, and that would be. Keep on forgetting, resources are infinite. We don't need to use the tiny things. And there you go. Still learning stuff about the Satisfactory. Played it since the U3 and have 12,000 hours in it. Still my favorite game, even off stream. Hey, nice. I mean, I would agree. I like it. Say that, yeah, it's absolutely one of my favorites as well. Yeah, but games that I really enjoy, I do have a bad tendency of then just playing them until I kind of burn out. Then I'm like, okay, now I put them on hold, and then then it'll take a few years till I get back finally. And it's very neat now, so sort of like after discovering streaming, both as a viewer and now as a streamer, is that I get exposed to so many different ways of playing the games that I quite enjoy. So I keep on like learning new tips and tricks. Like, oh, I can build things that way. I can do this that way. Well, like not even like just these tips and tricks, but just this general feeling of just inspiration. Like, oh, cool, like, oh yeah, someone just builds something really neat, and I'm like, oh man, that's just straight up inspiring. Gosh darn. Jumped too early. There we go. Illuminating the rock for just, because it's a neat rock. I think we're going to do this one over here. And then with the cut. There you go. And some modern railings. There we go. I'd say it's all coming together quite well. And I guess the next factory is gonna... Oh, right. Alright, so now this door is actually reachable. Fantastic. You wouldn't want an orphan door just sticking out of a wall. Bad for business, that. Bad for business. Four of those, and we need 3 manufacturers. Which means we can make a tiny but tall building, just like these. Which could be kind of funny. But in fact, because we're gonna build this one with just also a bunch of drone ports, just because we can. Because drones are, well, they do consume the resources, but they only consume the resources while they're actually, you know, they need to, you know, like waste those batteries, but they don't always need to. 1, 2, 3. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be interesting to see this kind of like full frame wall. We'll see how that ends up working out. And we'll do... I want you to go like beneath the thing. And we'll need, what, 4? Now, we can bring in the batteries from there, it'll be fine. So we'll do 3 importers, right? 1 for Caterium. 1 for Riansan. And 1 for those sweet, sweet steel pipes. Which means we check out the transport, we check out our Tony McPorty, we flip you around, we do this. Yeah, so that would be pretty perfect. So, Riansan, pipe,
Why
Caterium.
don't you have a drink?
Well, thank you, Couple Snacks, for that hydrate. I do appreciate it. Chin chin. You gotta hydrate that liver. Very true. Need practice. Hey, there we go. Thank you for the bear. Are these take portable miners? Alright. Kaharu. Nice. Kaharu. Uhra. Karhu. Karhu being finished for bear. Oh, and also a label of a beer label. I'm drinking another one. There we go. Oh, these buggers do is import. Oh, I can use the road. So smack dab, slightly to the left of the middle.
I am going to break this Ispi's head.
Damn. Yeah, it's very shit when your service providers don't provide the service they're being paid for. And there we go. Just to send the message. Ads. Come. Oh no. Freaking ads. Hey, but they get me paid, so. Sorry. Replace that piece of wall with a wall with a side door. Make sure it's a concrete version so we can then slip into the sweet, sweet world of architecture and look at a catwalk a pair of catwalk corners. And add a ladder. See, now there's like a service entrance. Takes a bit of crouching, but that's the price we pay, isn't it? Wrong. What I wanted was the wall hole. There we go. Same deal here, yes. We get a concrete version, and then we add the catwalk corners on the ladder. Ah, yes, the power. It's the sweet power of the roads and their ability to hide some low-level spaghetti. Heckin' amazing, if I say so myself. You can be steel pipe imports and Nuka Quantum.
Embrace the spaghetti.
I do quite enjoy it, but at the same time, you know. I like it being under control. And I have more than one steel pipe importer. I'm an exporter. I just sent it to grab it from an importer, didn't I? Export in for north. Alright, so you're for deuterium. You are for the carbon steel, and you actually are for the cyan. Oh, no, it was the exporter, thank frick. And you, my friend, are then Luca, Tontum, Ree, and Sam. Import. Not just two, Import the APM, Alien Power Matrix. And this port connects to Reantime export. And you are Nuka Quantum Import Ethereum Alien Power Matrix. And this port flies off to Ethereum meets cat export. There you go. And the cat export's on this side because we needed, well, they guessed it, we need some Ethereum. For the wires. When we do the Sammy Flubbity Boobity, we need 150 units of wire. So how many machines do we need for that one? One. If we throw a shard at it, or two. And it's just straight up constructor. So we do 2 of those. No. There's cat wire. There we go. We'll have a beam that goes across here that will then grab everyone's power lines. Yep, there we go. So that's the wire. The reanimated Sam. Okay, let's try it again. Moro. Hey there, Sierra Stead. Cursed Ted. Muro. So it's my name. Hope you're having good times. Let's escape through the holes and just flash our F at the guy. There we go. So that's one of those done. always been interested in Satisfactory, but I never actually got into it. Well, okay. Well, if you got any questions, I'll be happy to answer. This game involves factory building, automation, and the way I build it, a lot of architecture, spending time, building just fun shapes and interesting things and buildings and with lamps and interior lighting, security railings, which are not important, especially at this, because I'm at the final stretch of the game. Nice. How do we connect you to you? Oh. The neat part, we don't. Bam. Is there a specific ending to the game? Yes. I think in the top right you'll see that it says complete phase 5. So there is an actual story. You're given objectives of what to do and how to get there. And as the game progresses, you keep on unlocking more and more complex tools, more and more complex machinery, and getting more complex mining and smelting stuff that can then process the raw resources differently. And that way you get access to more resources. So as the game progresses, the complexity grows, and depending on how sensitive you, and it all builds on the already existing complexity. So you don't have to completely replace all your old factories kind of thing, but their output is now an input to the next big thing you're building. And yeah, I built actual roads with lights and things because you can, and I wanted to try to do it. Universal vehicle paths marked here, so there are actual trucks delivering things from point A to point B. There are trains, so it's all about factory building, automation, and logistics, and building whatever you want. Now things can also absolutely levitate in midair, so you don't need to be structurally sensible with what you're building. I just like to try to make that kind of stuff kind of work. And what's the learning curve like? Not too punishing in my opinion. It's comparable to Factorio, but it's also... The enemies won't really chase you too much. They won't attack your base. You can't really aggravate them. There are local wildlife, and they can be used as resources as well. And you have to fight them a little bit when you go exploring. But they won't attack your base, not like in Factorio, for example. And the resources are infinite. So it's not about, oh no, I ran out of resource X. It's more about throughput, because all the different nodes can produce an X amount of resources per minute. So that way you're forced to explore, so you can just have more access to the raw resources. But you can have a machine factory that is being inefficient and sort of wasting resources just fine. You won't lose out on anything, because compared to Factorio, where the resources are limited, and then there you want to maybe a little worry about what am I actually doing with these iron ores, because we're going to run out eventually, and then we'll have to explore further. Whereas in this one, you find an iron node, put down a mining machine, and then it will produce an X amount per minute. Later on, tech progresses, you get better mining tools, and then the same node's output increases. And there are different purities to the node, so impure, normal, and pure, which means their base output is affected. I think if you say the normal is 100%, then I think impure is 50%, and pure would be, I think it's about 150. And then there's different tools and things like the alien text, which allows you to increase the output of the stuff you're doing. And one of the things you'll end up researching very quickly, because it's part of the game, is when you find the alien tech. Because first you have to have, of course, like you did in the early access days, everything you build you have to have in your inventory. Now, of course, there's research you can do, and the game progresses, you're rewarded with a larger inventory, so you'll be able to carry more stuff with you. And on the left here, there's a new thing that came out when 1.0 came out, where you have your dimensional depot, which is which can have a sort of infinite amount, like every single item can fit there, but only a limited amount of stacks. And there's a very like determined sort of upload speed. So you can have factories that make, say, concrete, put it into like a special building that will then upload them to your dimensional depot. So that way you can always have access to concrete wherever you are, as long as you don't go through it too fast early on and so on. So the dimensional depot is one of the things that really enabled me, for example, to then start building like large scale things that just look neat. Compared to like the early access days, I remember, because it was very tiring when you want to build something cool and big, and you kept on having to run back and forth to like to just pick up more concrete because you ran out of concrete. And in the beginning, yeah, then you only have your belts and they're kind of slow. I'm using the like Mark 6, so everything you see here is end game. So keep that in mind. Like my hover pack, for example. In the beginning, you don't have you run around, you jump around. That's it. When you hold down C, you do which is crouch, you do a little butt slide. Funny thing is, butt slide is slightly faster than walking. So if you keep on like instantly jumping maintains the speed you had, whereas the butt slide always increases your speed. So this is a way to sort of accelerate. You move around quickly early on. Then the first sort of jetpack, you also need fuel. That functions more like a traditional jetpack. You hold down jump, you go swoosh, and here you see the fuel sort of gauge goes down. Like the number is the actual like amount of like fuel units you have, and this thing is, because when this thing reaches 0, see, we get a warning already, and then you'll have to wait for it to cool down. I'm using a fuel that doesn't give the best sort of lift, but it has the longest time until it needs to do that, the cooldown. So you can use that for like in small bursts to go over a lot of distance, especially when combined with a butt slide. But more end game, you unlock this thing, but you are bound to. You see a little lightning spark every time I go close to a power pole. So you can just hover forever as long as you're close to a power pole, because it's electric, so and it's powered by a grid. And here we see that sort of range thing. There we go. If I hold down space, I go up, you see the number goes, the value goes down, down, down. And I can't go too far. If I go outside of it, it stops working. There. But then I fell back into range of a power pole. And this just makes building funny, silly things a little easier. Now my game is getting like graphical glitches every now and then because I built like an excessively large and like an inefficient factory complex with all the bits and the trucks and the tractors moving around because I thought it was neat. And my machine is like 10 years old-ish, so doggos. That is very true. Yeah, the dimensional depot is one of the things that really made large-scale stuff easier. Or just like building something in the middle of nowhere. Because in the beginning, of course, the upload speed is kind of slow. It's like maybe 1 a second or something. I think like 1 every 2 seconds. And right now I'm uploading 2 per second. But you can almost like link up multiples of the buildings that send them into the dimensional depot. So then for every tick you can have like instead of just the one, I don't know, with 3 or 4. So you can be tactical with it even like early on in the game as well. The shopping. Yeah, of course I can show you the doggos. We're gonna have to travel through the mystical dimension of 80s synthwave. Oh, and of course, yeah, because then there's. I don't have one here, do I? But there's a building where you can put like excess material called the awesome. There you go. The awesome sink, where it just grinds up and destroys items. You can't destroy everything. There are certain things you can't destroy, which is meant to be a challenge and so on. But then you get coupons, and then you can unlock things in the awesome shop, like windows. Because the game goes on, then you can unlock different kinds of wall textures. All these like different textures and materials are unlocked as the game progresses, or you can then unlock them. Like for example, the windows we're looking at require steel, so you can't even like buy the recipe, if you will, from the store until you've unlocked steel. And this is like super endgame. This is like so frivolous. It needs so much power. But we should travel through synthwave dimension. And we get to my nuclear power facilities. And yeah, I built these roads very extensively across the map because I just happened to notice that my road blueprint sort of perfectly fit my train blueprint right beneath it, so they're nice and combined. And we came... Okay, we gotta check on this thing, actually. Oh, wow. We're out of nuclear pasta? Okay, my projects are really taking a lot longer than I thought. Do I have any here? I guess I need to make a nuclear pasta, like, proper factory and bring it here. Because these ones need the singularity cores, and these need those to function. This thing should have been functioning for thousands of... for quite a long without any intervention from me, but then again, I did link two portals into it. Now this one should take us to the place where I've trapped some doggos. Some lizard doggos. There we go. I built this big old building here to just crush quartz and feed it to my train stations and a drone station. And then you can feed berries to these lizard doggos and to make them your friends. So they try to come by and say hi. Well, hello there. Barry has found some Nobelisks. Barry has found some sweet dynamite. Larry found some crystal oscillators. Terry has found some rubber. And Jerry found some wire. Berry found some status. Mary found some iron plates. And tax evasion brought me a nuke. Well done, tax evasion. You are the best dog so far. And Sherry brought me a bit of cable. Because once they've been tamed, they can hang out. You can give them, and then you can give them a name, and then they will eventually always randomly find a random item. You tame them using these, the pale berries. I'm wearing like a kit called Blade Runners, which make me run faster. And I think if you move too fast, the wild doggos get afraid, so you have to be like sneaky. Well, not like that, that's too fast. You know, sneaky, like walk up to them sort of close, they'll start like staring at you like, oh no, what's happening? And then you just drop some berries on the ground, you back off, and then they go and eat the berries. And then the berries, turns out, are a local brain parasite that sort of like just crawls in. You see them like start shudder, the eyes like pop out and look in different directions, and suddenly you're their friend. And then they love you now. So that's neat. But hey, nukes. Oh yeah, and in the awesome shop you can find this thing, which is, if I look at something, press the middle mouse button, good old boombox. It's got stickers and shit. Then we can equip so we can carry it with us, because you can absolutely forget it and lose it. Thankfully you can buy another one. And we have change tape, and we have, there are some tapes you get for like zero money, like the worst of Goat Simulator. And maybe Awesome Home. Otherwise, also from the Awesome Shop, you buy these with the coupons. Let's listen to the happy birthday music. Oh, wrong way around. That's not how you equip them. There you go. Oh, because I had one already. Right. So yeah, the Nobelisks, you have to first create the detonator, then you separately build these bombs. No, come on. Alright, that's why. I accidentally put it in my dimensional depot. There you go. Also, blow that one up. Now there's some very nasty spiders who live around here. Also means we gotta change our jetpack to the fuel-based one because we're gonna go off the grid and find something to nuke. And the map is like actually really well made. It is like a bespoke map, well designed. There's so many different biomes and areas. So you can start your maps and you can start your building base in different places. Like I started in this like the northeastern like desert with like a proper desert there. But you can build, you can find these like oily marshlands, and there's giant forests and things. And you pick up things like these bacon agaric, which is an edible mushroom, which apparently should be bacon flavored. But, well, I know, bacon themed. And those weird little whale giant thingies, they're harmless. In fact, if you attack them, you'll be judged. Oh, we're taking damage. Right, because we don't have any gas mask, but we can now have them here. There you go. Gas mask burns through filters. Come on, let me find me. That was unauthorized hostility. I was hoping for someone else, but you'll do, I guess. And then we run. Why do we run? Because it's like a nuke, that's why. Big boom. And radiation level goes up. And we got a skin. Yeah. I dropped the nuke on the ground. I might have actually the other one. I might have also like just control clicked it because I've also done the in-game sort of research, so I can like manually like from my own pockets upload stuff into the dimensional depot, like, and then if I control click, no, actually that's a bad example because that is something I can wield. But let's say these the portable miner is also something I can upload. But I don't know, the Nobelisk themselves. Left control click and then it tries to upload them. Right now it says it can't because it's full. Huh. It's more of those buggers. And like, there's a gun, but it's called simply the rifle. But then you can get it to act differently based on as the game progresses, and you can do some more research to unlock different kinds of ammunition. All of which, of course, you have to produce on your own. No crabs. Now the enemy AI isn't exactly that complicated, but they can still hit pretty hard. Because I think the original idea for the game was that the enemies would in fact be attacking you and like doing like attacks in waves, and part of the factory production was building giant cannons and having belts deliver ammo to them and all that. And I agree with most people who enjoy the game that I'm glad they didn't. I can't see. There you go. The skin was hiding. Keep hearing sounds. Oh, right. That's why. Myonons. Power geothermal generator. Yeah. Right now my rifle is using a sort of like homing ammo, which I can see like are target seeking. They do, I believe, 50% damage. But yeah, then you can be... but I like flying around with my jetpack and boosting. So we got a nice little generator, but ain't it? It's powering grand total of nothing. So where's my... There's the closest one. So we'll look at my power things, and I have unlocked the power towers. Now, I don't like building them just on the ground, which you absolutely can. I'm just silly this way. And then when you try to build stuff, as you can see, yeah, you first see the sort of hologram that you're trying to build, right? But if you press H on your keyboard, now it's locked. And now you can use your arrow keys to do nudging, as it's called. Now this was a feature when I remember it, when they added in like early access. I was like, mind blown, freaking amazing. Because it used to be so annoying, like just desperately trying to aim to get that freaking thing you're trying to build in exactly the right spot. Because it's a 3D game, so the game trying to interpret what you're exactly aiming at can be a little tricky, especially because you can't always see exactly what's happening there. But now you can lock in the hologram, and you can just jump in there and we'll look at it. Double check, like, because I know, like, if I do 4 of these foundations, I know that the feet of this thing are arrayed, that every one of them will have like that sort of pattern happening with this central pattern here. Oh, and mind you, these are not the standard foundation. I mean, all foundations are the same, but there's like I'm wearing I've unlocked a sort of cosmetic skin that makes them look like concrete. Then we'll link this thing to that one, and then this thing has, and then we look at the top here, and now we can, because these ones are for building like larger scale, longer cables. Am I going in the right direction? Yes, I am. Yeah, I wanted to build stuff here in this marshland, but when I came here, I noticed my game started lagging, which reminded me of the fact that, yes, my machine is not the most powerful at all. And wire too long, so around there. I saw that. There was a warning about hostility. Oh god, there it is. He finally found something that's worth nuking. Freaking spiders. I hate those things. Especially these giant versions. Oh, imminent. Oh god, it's nuked. It's got a nuke in the face. And I don't have any healing items on me. And if it hits me one more time, I die. Well, good thing. It's got a nuke in the face. So, goodbye. And that's a birthday candle, a favorite someone. I hope we don't have any family or friends coming to get revenge. There we go. Oh. Okay, the beast disappeared. Where are your remains? Oh god, it's got family and friends. Thankfully they're nice and small. But they dodge hard. And if you don't like them, there is an arachnophobia mode, which turns them into holograms of cats. Oh. I'm wondering, where did its like remains fall? But yeah, the game doesn't actually have gravity per se. Which is why, you know, we can have build on kind of stuff levitating, so when the enemies die, if they die mid-air, that is exactly their like death location is where their drop will be. In case you ever have that issue of like, where did it go? Because logically you'd think like it fell down, but the engine doesn't work that way. And that's a power slug. I should collect one. So I like having these sluggity slugs in my pocket. It makes me feel powerful. Oh shit. Another big one. Get out of there, I'm trying to build. Then if you hold control down, you can make these smaller nudge movements. Hey, no you don't. Oh god. Jesus. Not up here with me. Ah! Let's try to attack through the thing. But it's okay. You don't have to worry about things like structural integrity. Everything you build is indestructible. Except your undo button. There you go. Oh, I guess they're really excited about doing their best to help me out with getting the golden nut. So many donations. But yeah, because it used to be like a swarm. I think, yeah, because the original enemy combat idea was a sort of swarm-based one, where they attack you in waves, which is why the enemy AI is, well, a little dumb. But man, I hate these spiders, though. They're so fast. They're hard to hit. And I'm not afraid of spiders per se, but man, these things still make me feel a little uncomfortable at times. And we aim for the top, for the long distance cable. Try to figure out where the frickety frack did I build the other one. There we go. Bleed it. Hope you are, mustache man. Well, the hypocrisy, I am. It is true. I think. I stream, therefore I am. And that would be more than close enough. Cool. Because all of my other power networks are connected into one giant power network. Like, for example, these train tracks we see actually carry power as well. So that's why I'm bringing that one geothermal generator, which will just make free power essentially, but it fluctuates. And I just want to add that to my power grid. Because especially at the end game, power becomes extremely important. Because those endgame machines, well, they hunger. Just tiny bursts for some extra height. There we go. I can do that. Because this wasn't really an option back in the past, but now you can do it. Like daisy chain different the machines together, though that is unlocked in later on in the tech tree. The capacity is at 80,000, maximum consumption is at 65, current consumption 45 megawatts. Capacity just freaking dipped like massively there for a sec. Oh well. Everything's mostly working. Let's go visit another doggo here. Well, hello there. It is, of course, Bauxite Boxy. Thank you for your assistance, Bauxite Boxy. And those still checking out the game. Now let's do a reload. And yes, you can absolutely ride the train, strike cards, all kinds of stuff in this game. Man, that thing's uploading fast nowadays. There we go. Put on Le Michael, which is my adventure music. Take a sip of the coffee. Now that we see the space elevator. And up there is the project we're building the project parts for. And now you can see just lights because it's pretty cloudy. Oh right, I forgot. There's that one crashed shuttle that required a phase 5 components in order to be unlocked. And well, we got those now. some on me. And from these, you get these, the hard drives.
Freighter records indicate this comes from the past, which is normal.
There. Now be careful if you want to go and unbuild the wreckages, because apparently the game will allow you to completely destroy one of those even if you don't pick up the hard drive itself. Now there's that factory in the forest. That was a violent fart. I jumped poorly. There we go. And the good thing, yeah, if you, wherever you build your base, you then end up building your sort of space elevator, and you can absolutely break it down and rebuild it somewhere else if you want to. Ah, yes, my roads. Someone's threatening with me with violence. Ah, too bad. Ah, yes, my roads. No, silly attempts at architecture. These. Oh. And I just died. That's what I get for like just not paying attention to the fuel or my health. We shall respawn. Everything here is golden because you're starting in the beginning. You build your sort of hub. Where we're from. Comes with the toilet and everything.
I assume you didn't need that.
And AW will absolutely mock you whatever you do. I think you can also like change the, because you're gonna have a lot of like control over how your sort of run works. Oh, guess not. And I think you can affect the severity of your like death penalty. Like I do know a lot of people who sort of play a lot of this game. I do believe they usually turn off, for example, losing your inventory when you die. So they use sort of death as easy fast travel. But I just personally just enjoy having at least the notion of there being, you know, cost to things. Ah, yes, the good old tractors. My very first attempt at trying to make roads and getting them to work. I was considering maybe pushing the road further that way, but I didn't. And then eventually I made the big proper roads. But the tractors are still here, still running. Feeding coal into machines that aren't really producing anything just anymore. There we go. Of course, we scroll back to this guy. Push the music, put the music back on. Now the game does have its own environmental music, but the boombox just, you know, allows you to boom those boxes in other ways. Now you want some circuit boards here. I think I have some in my here. There you go. A whole bunch of circuit boards. Then this thing will make some adaptive control units, which we'll need, you know, eventually. Here we see some older belts. Okay, excellent. Finally, so the machine has been making some ACUs. Nice. Because we'll be needing those for the actual like gold components. And here's just silly shit I built, like this merry-go-round for slugs. They go up and all nice and slow, and they go down so fast. Happy little sluggies. That's why all. No, part of why it looks so weird. There we go. Grab some of those for the interdimensional magic pocket. Yeah, and the berries and mushrooms are handy for doing stuff like, well, the healing item you saw, the inhaler. And a lot of the in-game research is then done here. The ma'am. I've completed most of the things I want to. I'm just going to do scan the hard drive, which can unlock then alternative recipes for some products. Now we see, I have embraced the spaghetti for the starter facility, the starter base. But all these later on ones, I try to make them look a little neater. Then we go hyper tubes. Usually, you only need the one entrance, but every entrance adds a little bit extra speed. So if you have these like entrances flying into entrances, you get a little stronger like initial push. So you get to your destination slightly faster. There you go, steel production. Trucks importing random stuff. Machines machining. Particle accelerators making dark matter crystals. There we go. I should undo these, because these newer facilities have outputs that those are burning through. But now we're here, so now we gotta turn off the adventure music and put on something else. For the heck of it, let's put on some Deep Rock Galactic. Rock and Stone. Yeah, there are no trains on this line. It'll be fine. I think I can make that. Kinda work. There we go. Now they'll have all those inputs have been settled. Put on the lamp. Let's see here. Press R for build mode. Try the zoop, so you build multiples of that in a easy, nice, and quick line. And yes, my machine is 10 years old. You're witnessing the glory of medium graphics. Including the occasional glitching. It comes with, forcing a machine to do a lot of math. But mostly everything's okay. Go to here and check out, yes, you guessed it, it's taking beam time. Maximum is 40%. Oh, 2 of those went all the way. Perfect. And this is just because I like doing my cable work neatly like this. There's so many options, so many ways to do it. This is just mine. No right way, no wrong way. The best way is the way that works. So all of these, how do we actually get the power in here? Well, we're getting power currently through the roads here, because the roads are actually built to specifically to carry power around. So they're bringing power to this guy. And to bring power in here, I guess we could try to build a power pole. Not really a fan of that. One. Make that work. Now these are the Mark 1 power poles. You can get up to like Mark 4. I just so rarely see any need for those higher tier power poles. So I just pretty much never really go for those. And see, now all the stuff is flowing. Because they're getting made now, because everything's got power. There you go. And I think the cross beam is the answer here. Yeah. Yep. Looks good. Hey there, Morin and Eridanis. Hope you're doing well. Satisfactory. My thank you. I'm glad you like it. The progress is slow because I keep on getting distracted by catwalks and things. But then again, I'm already in like phase 5, so the next phase is winning the game. So no rush. Just building along, having a good time. And doing our best to make it all work nice and smooth like. There we go. Really enjoying these freaking frame walls. Really make the concrete as well just look so much better. Because you just your bare, like, grey concrete wall is a little... Well, it can look a little boring. These have that structural integrity feel to it. Phase 4. Structures are real. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. But then again, you know... It's one of those games. It's a game about destruction. It's okay. Let the destruction flow through you. It's okay to go chase after those dreams. Just trying stuff out. Looks like... Oh no, they actually are coming a little outside. You know what? This was not the intention for this structure, but we're doing it. It'll become now like a fully sort of open... Oh, ma'am's done. God dang it. There you go. There we go. Oof. Got there. Exactly. Glad you agree, friend. Glad you agree. So, man, these round concrete things were something like I stared at them for a long time, just thinking like, I'm not sure. I don't know about those, you know. Seems a little weird. But then I saw how well it can make a sort of sharp corner look, and like, then, you know, I was sold. Whereas the crossbeam was just love at first sight, pretty much. The more I use it, the more I see it, how it just fits together with all the things. I'm like, you gotta love it. Okay, but these guys' outputs should actually go somewhere as well. So let's do that. We'll need to do a merger there. Yes. Well, we've got a bunch made already. So that's neat. Most importantly, this was the last ingredient for having these just running sort of constantly. Well, we just need to fix the actual import hole first. My belt holes are... I've like stopped working. Oh wait, there's only 2 floors, so this is... There we go. Now it's all working. Not entirely sold on this. Yeah, no, that won't work. Heckin' aiming issues, there we go. I think we add that little extra there. There we go. Big windows on the sides. Oh well, gets the job done. And this is why it takes me so long to get anywhere in this game. now there's a way to get down. Not from down there. Look at something. You can use your middle mouse button to sort of instantly, like the pet tool, copy it. There we go. Multiple layers getting multiply, connected. Now let's see if we can come up with a neat way to make a platform for the alien power machine. We got this one is all of this pretty much is mostly just making those alien power converters. Alien power matrices, sorry. And for the alien power machine, it makes sense. I want lights because I like that rock. And got distracted again, I know. That's the name of the game. You can't have just no railings there, It's massive safety hazard. Okay. So one of the ideas was to put it here, but I guess you'll have to put it here behind the light. It was almost 4x4, but not quite. So we could do a 4x4 and then like nudge it in the middle of that one. And then that means we're gonna have to look at the various. What's the options? What kind of options do we have for that one for a 4x4? We really don't. We could do a. Oh yeah. The idea was to try to make a giant hand. All right. There. And when you build stuff, you can place things very smoothly everywhere, but if you hold down, like, at least left control, maybe also right control, no, left control, you'll notice it snaps to, like, the world grid, which is very handy if you have, like, large structures and you think, well, eventually they'll grow and they might be close to each other, and I might want to, build catwalks or connect them somehow, and for that, it is very handy indeed to then have a make sure they're on the same grid. Okay, they come in here. We don't actually have any diagonal pieces we can use. Closest we can do with lay around these big concrete pillars, I guess. Press R to change the build mode to zoo. And let's focus on building the art, something vaguely artistic-ish. So I'm thinking if we do an arm, so this will be the wrist. And I'm gonna want the like stuff coming up from here, kinda, into the giant machine. The majority of it goes that way. So we can then expand on this thing using these, or then, you know, just go from the more foundations, I guess. At least for now. Wondering if I could do that. Like, there's these little, like, indentations, but we can fill them up with stuff. Look at the alien power augmenter. It is exactly at the middle. Whoa, that's my mouse poorly. Alright. I think it'll be somewhere here. Now we can have those pillars go along the corners as well. Alright, let's imagine we're, look up here, we'll see the hand of power, hand of God here. I'd say 2 more at least. And yes, you can sort of cheat in this way by using the nudging mechanic, because when the game says, "Oh, you can't build there," there's no support. It's completely uneven. And then you press H to like start nudging, and then okay, fine, go ahead, build however you want. Oh, what fussy minx you. That's where I can work with this. So this is the sort of initial piece. And I did say There you go. Okay, so I think the actual base fits in a 3x3, even though the sort of bounding box for the animation and everything is a bit bigger. And that would be enough. I'm gonna build it there so we can sort of see how it would actually, you know, be. Inverted ramp of 4 meter. So we're going for a brutalist art sort of a carving here of a hand holding up, you know, like Hand of God kind of vibe. We'll see if I can actually pull it off. I don't know if I'm that artistic. Okay, okay. So what I'm doing here is first is just sort of like sketching out the shapes. So first it'd be, you know, the wrist, a hand sort of facing like straight back, kind of thing. We're not worrying about the fingers and so on just yet. Just looking at the shapes and what kind of shapes we would need. Okay. Thumbs up here. Let's say it's a right hand, right? So that'll be thumb on the right. This one needs more space than this one. Like a little bit, not much. Yeah. Yeah, it looks better that way. They can go in there just fine. Only those there, just, again, sort of placeholders. See, then these would like flow like the veins, if you will, along the wrist, into the machine, held in the palm. I'm gonna do some things with a so this might be better with a smaller one, but again, we sketch out, we try to figure it out first. Oh. See, just as a sort of like softening and rounding. I'd say that works. And then we'll switch to a smaller one when we get closer. Ah, could work. Let's find out. Aha, maybe that is the perfect spot, perhaps, for the roundest and then concretest of the beams. Let's really put like 1 step, 2 step. Well, apparently the answer was no. Well, tried. Okay. Yeah, they're going to go out soon. So let's see how far we can get this silly little project first. Wait, no, yes, that actually could work, because that would be... You could call that a knuckle. It's changed to proper construction music. Yeah, absolute fix it. Hate it when that happens. Need like at least a half foundation there, I think. I want to have foundation here, eh? It does seem to fill the space there better. Well, we'll look into it. Now we'll see. Let's see. I think that's one of the things I kind of want to do is use one of these larger ones, because just really emphasize the whole thumb size. And for that we would do, if we do as a half. Hey! Give me a quick sec. There we go, yeah. Doggos are making their feelings known. It is dog walkie time. Just want to have a quick looky here. How would I get this to? Push up a bit. I guess maybe if we just use like a corner. No, we don't have that kind of ramp I was imagining. So it would have to be this one, yeah. There we go. We're finding the shapes we need slowly but surely. Yeah, other one's good, but the slope needs to be in towards the palm, not away from the palm. So you fill it up with a piece like that. All of that would be, I don't know, thumb adjacent. I feel like I'm severely overcomplicating this thing. Which is pretty on point for me, I guess. It's my basic modus operandi, isn't it? Severe overcomplication of things that are don't need to be. There's effectively the core concept. Need some tweaking. But it's not impossible. No siree. Definitely getting somewhere with this thing. I guess we'll continue more next time, eh? Making cancer thumb must wait. And doing like that for like the knuckle would probably be could be a pretty good idea. And thumb needs to go more that way, I guess. But like I said, that'll have to be next time. It's been about 8 hours and I am alone with the doggos, so I need to go give them a walk. The old man is getting restless. And when the old man is getting restless, that means he's bound to have a poop. Inside or out. But we have made progress today. The alien power matrices were done. We are the core of an art project kind of coming along. And if we need more power, well, we just feed these sweet little alien power matrices over here. Ah, back at the Elon Musk game. That's very true, Joshua. I mean, technically, the one that we played yesterday was the Elon Musk one, because that was the colonizing Mars kind of thing. This is very much not Mars. I'm fine with the new content for Oni. Hey, nice. I still haven't like played it after the proper release for the aquatic pack. But the early access stuff was very neat. Very much enjoyed it. And you know, even with my limited experience with the game, I noticed how different it was. Apparently we definitely need more doors, eh? Shit's working again. Silly little wood planing tools into what shall become the hand of God. Let's activate. There you go. Unlimited power in the palm of my hand. That's the dream, at least. Let's see if we can get it to work. But that, my friends, will be tomorrow. Oh, I tried fries with powdered cheese. So I forgot to put toast. Oh no. I might have. I'm not entirely certain. But I've had very cheesy fries in various forms, so I'm assuming with the powdered cheese, it'd be quite tasty as well. There we go, that's all A-okay. But I like that at least the sort of rough sketch placeholder nonsense already shows that the core concept works for making a funny little sculpture. Super tasty. Nice. Powder ketchup on. Fair enough. Sounds a little wild. Why not just have ketchup? Why powdered ketchup? Maybe you don't like them soggy. Maybe you don't like the dip. I guess in that instance, you'd prefer a powdered one. Well, I gotta go. I should be able to be here tomorrow. I gotta go and pick up people from trains and things, but hopefully they won't get in the way of the streamings. I will let you all know on the Discord if things go bad. Hopefully I'll also let you know if things go well. Worst case scenario, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. I need to deep. You would need to lick your fingers afterwards, though. That is true. But it is time to change the scenes to the end of streams and see who is out and who is about, my friend. But first, of course, we must put on the song. You know what song it is? It is the song of drink and industry. So let's raid on out. No late, but still glad I just made it, Lamar. Hey, better late than never, Joshua. Always nice to hear from you. And thanks for hanging out, the Blue Belt. Thank you for hanging out. Moridin Eridanus. Here's Ted. Seems like I had pretty good compared to the amount of stuff you have. Oh, yeah. The game works surprisingly well. Thank you, Depot, for hanging out. Thank you for the stream. Hey, thank you for all of your wonderful stream. Always love to hang out there. Let's see who's out and about. Before we do the proper thank you everyone thing. And well, sure, why not? But first, double check. Did I? No one I know is really playing this one, but inspired by Depot, and literally for me. All for you, Joshua. And I'm thinking, you know what? We're going to be boring. We're going to raid a streamer I raid a lot, but inspired by Depot is because he is playing the Fortress of the Dwarves, the game where this wonderful song comes from. Hey, Dokobo Snux. Bra. And we're going to raid off once again to Killadrix, who is playing Dwarf Fortress. Enjoying some dinosaur mayhem in the only way he knows how. The killer way. Full of that content, the nonsense, base building, lots of confusion, and remember, never help the man. Enjoy him suffer. That's what everyone goes there for. Okay, so, thank you for hanging out, everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, I should be hopefully able to stream tomorrow. I'll just need to double check some train schedule things. I need to pick up the missus from the train. But, if it's going to be a really like short, awkward stream, then I might just skip it so we don't, break people's, streaks and so on. But hopefully, should be all just fine. So, sending you all away. So thank you once again for hanging out, everyone. And I will let you all know in the Discord if things go bad. If you don't hear anything, assume the stream is going on A-OK. So, hey, thanks for Joshua. Thank you everyone on the Twitch side. Thank you on the YouTube side. And I hope all of you keep on, staying awesome. Until next time. Ta-ta.